Good afternoon, everyone. This is London. It's 8 in the morning, and this is a live streaming that we are just starting from the WikiLeaks campaign, WikiLeaks and the Free Assange campaign. Of course, we have great news to discuss this morning. A few hours ago, Julian Assange walked out of a courtroom in a district court in the Northern Mariana Islands, a free man, finally freedom after all these long ordeals. It's a long journey. We are going to be discussing this and have a wonderful guest in the next few hours to talk about the implication of this and this happy moment where Julian is finally free and on his way to meet his wife, Stella Assange, and his two boys, meeting them for the first time as a free man. This is absolutely wonderful news that I hope you share with us. And I hope you stay with us for a few hours as we discuss and have guests, and we'll dissect what has been going on in this amazing last 24, 36 hours. We have here in London, the London side, our campaign manager for Free Assange, Chloe Schlossberg, and Susie Gilbert. And on the American side, Matthew Ho is going to join us. And then we're going to have guests from Australia, from the US, from the UK, a wonderful list of guests who will join us and discuss this absolutely amazing event. We'll have Roger Waters, Agnes Kalmar, Corbyn, and Glenn Greenwald, and the list goes on. And of course, I hope in the next hour, Stella Assange, talking to us live from the airfield in Canberra, where she is anticipating to be able to hug her husband, Julian Assange, as a free man for the first time. This is absolutely a wonderful moment. I hope you are enjoying this with us and tuning in and helping us spreading this as well on all social media platforms. Chloe is here with us. Good morning, Chloe.
Good morning, Kristen. It's nice to see you.
It's been absolutely amazing, if you reflect back.
Yes, it's been, I don't think there's ever been an experience in certainly in my life that actually compares to what the last 48, I mean, I'm losing track of the hours. Things have gone slightly into the surreal and the beyond adrenaline, beyond exciting stage. But this has been, to me, it feels like the world will never be the same again. That's how it feels. It's been, I think some of the thinking has been that we have got so used to not winning and for so long, and the injustice has been so endemic that Julian has suffered, that the campaign has suffered. And then suddenly that initial shift on May the 20th, something feeling, I mean, really actually like it was in the air to me. There was something different. And that seems to be the beginning of the change. Is that, do you feel it that way?
Absolutely. I mean, and we'll talk about that later, of course, in detail. But on May the 20th, just to recap, it was the hearing in the Royal Court of Justice in the extradition case of Julian Assange, where he was granted the leave to appeal his extradition. And for the first time in this legal battle, it entered into the vocabulary of the court the notion this was journalism. And the judges actually asked the American lawyers or the representative of the American government, will he get on a fair trial in the United States? Will he be able to rely on First Amendment protection, protecting press freedom? And the American lawyers had to come back and say, well, he can request it, but we cannot promise it. And then, well, that is a case for actually to ponder further. And that was a tremendous victory. This was a month ago. And I believe firmly this is the reason why we are here today is celebrating. The road from 20th of May to today has been developing. On May 20th, the Americans, they knew this was over. They could have dragged it on. They could have dragged it on for years through the court system in the UK, through the European Court of Human Rights, just to punish Julian, just to have this vengeful punishment upon him. But they caved in. They caved in. And it's had been a long process. I can testify to that. A very long process behind the scenes, back and forth, a tough battle. But the lawyers have been doing an exceptional job. And well, if we want to actually get sort of the feel of it, those who are criticizing this plea deal that we now have are saying, well, it's just a slap on the hand. Well, it's justice finally. That's what I say, Chloe. Do you agree?
Yes, that's exactly how I feel. And I think, I mean, maybe I'm wondering if we, at some point, I think people would like to know, Kristen, whatever you could say about what has been happening behind the scenes, how much work has been happening and for how long. But certainly on the ground, that May the 20th, that even those terms that they started using, he can seek to rely, all this difference in the nuance of the legal language, suddenly exposed to me in a way that actually hadn't been exposed to me before, as somebody without the legal knowledge to really get into the weeds of this stuff, how Kafkaesque this situation was. And there was a part of me, of course, you know, for Julian, all we've ever wanted is that Julian is released and returned a free man. That has always been the aim. But there was almost a part of me that was like, what are the Americans going to say at the next hearing that we were planning on having on the 9th and 10th? How are they going to defend the case they've laid out for extradition? Like,
They couldn't.
Yes.
They didn't have anything. They were sitting there, and all the weapons had been taken out of their hands.
Yes.
They've been fighting this battle, saying he's not a journalist. So, but when you introduce the concept of the First Amendment and freedom of speech, which is the shield of journalism according to the American Constitution and American society, one that they flag constantly all over the world, it's such a good protection. They were being told, you know, no, this is a consideration. They were being told specifically, in my opinion, no, we are seeing this as journalism. And on that serious note, let's go a little back a few hours and you know, on the wonderful island of Saipan, a part of the Northern Mariana Island, a territory of the United States on the edge of that empire in the Northwest Pacific. Julian entered into a courtroom and he entered into a plea. Of course, it's a forced plea. We don't have to play with words on that form. He's been in a torture situation for a long time. The plea, but the formality is this: the plea was that he conspired to violate the Espionage Act on one count. And if you read through the plea deal, it is an amazing thing. What did he plead to? What was he guilty of? He was guilty of asking for relevant, newsworthy information that was in the public interest to get out there. He was possessing that information and he published this information. It's in the plea deal. It's description of what journalists are supposed to do. And this is amazing. Commentators have been saying this. This is for the first time in the United States history that journalism, as described in the documents in the court, is being punished. Is being punished. The punishment, of course, is time served. He walked out a free man. And there is no restitution. There is nothing lingering on. He walked out a free man. And the judge did accept. The document said there was no harm to anybody as a result of this publication. And that weighed heavily in her mind. And it seemed like a surprise. And it's admitted there is no harm that came out of these publications of war crimes, the horrors of war in Iraq and Afghanistan, the detainee briefs in Guantanamo Bay showing how people were swept off the street and thrown into that prison camp. Innocent people lingering there without due process, without any justice for years and years and years. Journalism was on trial, but Julian has walked out a free man. And let's look at the flight tracker. Can we have that, the flight tracker? So where is Julian now? Where is Julian now? He is I believe, somewhere over the Pacific Ocean on a private jet. That was hired for the transport, paid for by the Australian government, but Julian will have to pay that cost, and it's a lot of money, $520,000 US dollars.
Yeah. And we are doing incredibly with the supporters around the world, raising the funds for that. Essentially, I think we've just raised 300,000, which in my mind, that takes us to Saipan. And then we need the 200,000 to come in the next few hours and get him to Australia. But we are doing fantastic. And the donate link will be on here. It's at freeassange.org/donate, I believe. It's on the Twitter. And we just, we urge our supporters around the world, if they can, to contribute to that fund, because that just wipes it clean for Julian, and he doesn't need, nobody in that team waiting for Julian to arrive needs to think about that administrative issue of paying back the jet.
Yeah, it is amazing. It was a requirement that he would be flying for a private jet, and no other option was available. He could not fly on a commercial flight. No. In this route, where he took off from Stansted Airport at 6 o'clock London time on Monday. It's now Wednesday. It's been a long journey. He went out of the country under the cover of Taylor Swift. You know that story, Chloe? Tell us.
It's tell me, but I mean, Taylor Swift, with her global plan for world domination, it doesn't surprise me that she may play a part in the freedom of Julian. But please tell us the incredible Taylor Swift story.
Yeah, it turns out actually that she and her entourage were at the airport at the same time as Julian, and were in the lounge next door, and there were apparently crowds of fans of Taylor outside the gates trying to catch a glimpse of the star. But nobody knew. We had to keep this secret as long as possible, that Julian was leaving the United Kingdom after a long and difficult day getting to that airport. And I must say that it is extremely horrible how the United Kingdom government and the prison authorities, and I'm absolutely sure that was from as a result of a demand and a request from higher up, the way they treated him on Monday, and we can go through that, is horrendous. He was taken out of his cell in Belmarsh prison, where he spent 1,901 days. That was the last day. 5 years, 2 months, 13 days. He was taken out of the cell at 2 a.m. in the morning. He was taken downstairs in handcuffs. He was put in handcuffs in a tiny box in a transport vehicle, where he spent more than 3, I think up to 4 hours. There were 40 police officers taking part in this journey to the airport. There was a helicopter hovering overhead. And it's amazing. What were they expecting? That he would actually flee from freedom? I mean,
escape to freedom.
Escape to freedom. They were actually delivering to the airport as a condition of a plea agreement, and they were putting all this money on this. Why? Why take this step at the end? Is it just like, do we just want to kick him as long as we can?
I mean, it feels that way, doesn't it? Isn't it one last punch in the guts from the state, essentially? We will treat you like the criminal we have treated you until the very moment we have to stop. That's what it feels like to me. And also, I mean, just on a very practical level, the resources and the costings to perform an operation, a completely unnecessary operation like that. Firstly, the psychological trauma for Julian, sat there, I'm sure, wondering if this is all about to go a very different way, which I would assume is part of the psychological game, but the financial burden that the police are then taking on to perform that facade. I mean, it's just, to me, it's outrageous. In the scheme of what you've been dealing with, what I've been dealing with in the last 48 hours, it's turned into a kind of small fry issue. But I'm certainly very interested at some point to go back to that moment and find out exactly what the costing and the thinking behind those decisions were.
Yeah, well, you don't put a helicopter in the air, for example, just without any cost. And it's just amazing. I mean,
Yeah.
what was the need? What was the need?
Yes.
But we're gonna have hopefully soon our first guest here, and we're gonna have Susie Gilbert coming in talk to people in Australia when
Brilliant.
we're ready, because at that end it's afternoon. It's now 5 p.m.,
Yep.
5:17 p.m. in Canberra. And
Yes.
where I am told by a lot of supporters who have been pinging me that there's going to be a hero's welcome to Julian, and
Yes.
it's heartwarming to know that the support in Australia has been absolutely phenomenal to Julian, and the tide has turned in such a way that it's bipartisan support, a total support in politics. 80-90% of the population of Australia has been calling and demanding that he is brought home.
Yeah.
And that's amazing.
The support, I think, around the world, and obviously as the campaign lead, seeing and interacting with the various global campaign groups has been, I mean, it's truly been a humbling experience. I met with a group of supporters last night, very, very committed supporters from around the world, and extended our heartfelt gratitude and thanks to those supporters. They have remained committed and resolute in the face of every knock that the campaign, that WikiLeaks and Julian has suffered. And, they obviously, things have happened in Julian's case at every level, as we know, from the very top all the way down to the grassroots. But without that mobilization of grassroots support, without the people standing for Julian, I think it would have been far easier for the American government to continue their political persecution. And so, as I said to the smaller group, and as I now say here with you, Kristen, I'm deeply humbled and filled with gratitude, as I'm sure Julian will be, to the support that we have had around the world for the last 14 years. It's been an incredible thing. And, really, I said to the supporters last night, they were like, what do we do now? And I was like, well, look, guys, there are plenty of other journalists still in prison around the world. And what you guys have managed to do for Julian, I'm sure we've got other focuses for the supporters, and but they've been incredible, and it's been a wonderful thing to see that level of support and organization from the grassroots up.
Yeah, and it's global, all around the world.
Yeah.
People holding vigils, coming together, demanding Julian's freedom, and it's heartwarming. And I must say, from my perspective, I am absolutely certain that without that push, because everything matters, without that push by the general public and the dedicated supporters who came out on the street, who camped out, outside the embassy, who came to the court early in the morning, demanding Julia's freedom, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
The support has been phenomenal and growing. And of course, the Australian authorities have been pushing, especially behind the scene, the Albanese government in Australia, Kevin Rudd, ambassador in Washington, D.C. But let's not forget those the world leaders who came on board and have been on board for quite a long time and calling for the release of Julian. Some of them I've met personally, like the Brazilian president Lula, who actually understands from his own experience how it is. He was incarcerated in a bogus case against him that was dismissed in the end, and the resurrection into politics to become a president again in Brazil is phenomenal in politics. Andrés Manuel López Obrador, Mexican president, he's been very supportive throughout. He talked to Biden personally, one-on-one. He sent letters and said, let's let the man go. This is a threat to press freedom worldwide. And that has been acknowledged by so many organizations who understood the existential threat of this case to press freedom. Reporters Without Borders, who has been very supportive for a very long time, Amnesty International, Freedom of the Press Foundation, all major, the dozens and dozens of organizations that are, it's like the list of all organizations basically that care about free speech and free press. They have all said, do not do this.
Yes.
Do not do this.
Yes. And I think we know very clearly within our the campaign work we do in our circles, that we've always had the good guys on our side. We've always had the right world leaders standing with us, the ones that we know stand for the same principles that we do. And I think what is definitely going to begin happening is there's going to be a bit of a rewriting of history, and a lot of people that were actually far quieter than we would have liked them to have been will suddenly feel that they did a lot more for the cause. Now Julian has become a free man. And, listen, the more narrative we get out there, the more the world changes and understands Julian's position and the plight he suffered is a good thing. But I know in my heart who stood by us from the very beginning. I know who truly understands the principles of accountability, of transparency, and a free press, and the vital significance for those principles in a democracy. And I know who was there from the very beginning. And, respect to those world leaders. I mean, the Pope even got involved at one point, and we've had some incredible people on our side from the very, very beginning. And now I'm waiting to see how many join at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredibly good to know that there are good people in the world and who actually do care. And I have a feeling, and I've been saying this, and now when it's materializing, because it's hard to actually sort of fathom that this is actually happening. There is still this disbelief within you because you've been fighting for so many years for this outcome that you find it hard to believe that it's actually there. It's actually there.
Yes.
That actually, I've told supporters this, and I'll say this now. Let's make this a turning point in the global context in the fight for journalists and journalist freedom. We don't live in a very pleasant environment with journalists these days. Journalists are being killed en masse. They are targeted killings of journalists. They are imprisoned in growing numbers. So there is a need to turn the tide. And I hope that this day, when Julian walks free, will be where we turn the tide. And we need to, it's essential. Yes. We need to get people to also appreciate the importance of journalism in our society, how important it is that we can rely on information and transparency and accountability to keep people informed. That is our future mission. And my God, now we have, one of the best person to actually take part in that fight, because we have an intellectual, a thinker who's been in that fight, who has been controlling, creating the narrative on that front.
Yes.
I love it. I love how people try to twist things. Some people who do not like Julian, who have been trying to talk and smear him, they usually create the title anti-secrecy campaigner. And I once said, hold on, what is anti-secrecy? Aren't you talking about transparency? What's wrong with anti-secrecy? It's transparency. We want to know.
Yes.
It's the foundation of being informed and being able to take an informed position.
Yes. Yes. The world is increasingly topsy-turvy, which is why more than ever we need reliable journalists and journalists that actually are empowered to do their job. And as we've said from the very beginning, this case against Julian, as horrendous as it was for Julian on a personal level, was designed to chill to the point of freezing real national security journalism and reporting, the journalism that we need, without wanting to sound hierarchical about it, but the journalism we need more than any other journalism to hold governments to account. And that message was sent, and it was sent for a long time. And my hope is, as we emerge from the most amazing dream that we've had, that all journalists feel empowered again, feel like actually they are equipped to go in and do the job that we all need them to do now more than ever. So yes, it's been a wonderful thing. And I just wanted to say, Kristen, just quickly, I'm conscious we probably have to finish, but it was for me, obviously for you being with this, with WikiLeaks since 2016, was it? 2014?
Hi, 2010.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My brain is not fully functioning, but 2010. To watch you in the last 48 hours go through this incredible period of surreal joy. But I think especially listening to the judge in Saipan, to the audio, and when she does say to Julian, as you mentioned earlier, that no person was harmed in any of the links, seeing that from your perspective as a journalist that was working on those cables, that a journalist was releasing that information to the world, and to see it, or to hear it, sorry, being said in black and white was a truly profound moment, and a joyful one, I'm sure, for you as well. A real validation of the work that you guys all did and worked so hard on, and of course what the American government have been trying to say for a long time about harm caused to individuals, and use that against Julian and WikiLeaks.
Yeah, we're going to dwell more on other issues which are totally absent from the finale, the plea agreement, what was not in the plea document was this bogus claim throughout the years that somehow Julian was involved in the crime of the whistleblower, Chelsea Manning, that he was a co-conspirator in hacking. I mean, the narrative that was created on the basis of that bogus claim was phenomenal. I mean, yeah. hacking and harm was the keywords throughout the years.
Yes.
There is no mention of computer intrusion in the plea agreement. There is no hacking alleged. No. Of course, it never occurred. I mean, the main witness who actually they based that hacking charge on, that so-called hacking charge, actually withdraw his testimony in an interview. He said, "Well, no, it was I didn't say that. It's what's in the indictment based on my words didn't actually happen." So yes. it was amazing. So it's been swept from under them, the entire thing. Okay, listen, Chloe. We're going to take a short break now, and in a moment we're going to have Susie Gilbert talking to good people on the ground in Australia, Karen Percy and others in on the Aussie side. So great. So we'll be back in a moment. Thank you.
We'll catch up later. Thank you, guys.
Sounds good. Hi, good morning again on the live stream. Hi, Karen. Welcome to our live stream. Karen, can you please introduce yourself and your organization and where you're joining us from? Thank you for being with us.
My pleasure. My name is Karen Percy. I'm the Media Section President of the Media Entertainment and Arts Alliance of Australia. We are the Journalists Union of Australia, and we proudly represent Julian Assange, and we have been advocating for Julian through this time, and just so thrilled that we're actually here talking about something really positive, and that within an hour and a half or 2 hours he'll be landing in Australia. It's really exciting.
Yeah, knock on wood. It feels, from my perspective, it feels totally surreal. Can you tell us how it feels over there? Where are you exactly? And when did you, as Julian's union, get involved in this battle?
We've been involved for a number of years. I'm in the city of Melbourne, which Julian spent quite a lot of time as a teenager here. He'll be heading back to Canberra, the national capital. So we've been advocating for a number of years for Julian. He's been a member since 2007. In 2011, he won Australia's most prestigious journalism award, or WikiLeaks did, I should say, for the very work that Julian's been prosecuted for. That was our outstanding contribution to journalism. So we have advocated to governments within our members to ensure that there's been transparency about this process, but also, that this case come to an end, and it's thrilling that he's going to be coming home. But I do share the kind of concerns we've been hearing from Kristen and others earlier in the live stream about what this really means for journalists. Yes, it's emboldened us to stand up and keep doing the work, but the fact that American laws can reach all around the world, the fact that the US pursued this as a case of espionage and not journalism is very, very troubling indeed. But let's put that aside for the moment, because it is so wonderful that Julian's going to be able to be with his family, his wife, his young children, his father, his brother, his mother, and all of the incredible people here in Australia who have been supporting him and agitating and advocating and doing everything they can for so long.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd like to say on behalf of the campaign and everyone involved, just a huge thank you to everyone in the union for all the advocacy work. I mean, this is, as you know well, it's been a global movement, and that's been the beauty of it. Even though we've heard so many smears and so much misinformation over the years, there's been such a tidal wave of real organizing from unions. And obviously the pressure in Australia has been absolutely critical in reaching this agreement. So I hope you can do, whatever you can to just pass on, everyone's appreciation, not just from Julian's team, but from everyone, to getting to this point that, we've had such a bleak news cycle of late, and to have this extraordinary moment. As you say, that there are questions to be raised, but just at least today, to be at this point, to celebrate something that so many have worked so hard for years and years and years, would be amazing. What kind of discussions or remarks or feedback are you hearing from members of the union? Like, what are you seeing and hearing?
Well, initially, I think there was real skepticism when we first saw the news coming out yesterday morning. I certainly went and looked at lots of different websites trying to go, is this true? Is this true? And it was clear something had come out of the Department of Justice and the court system in Washington. So it was still, even then, I was not convinced. And I think others around here were feeling the same way. Even if you got to Saipan, would there be a change of course? It was really interesting to see the UK High Commissioner, Australia's High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, Stephen Smith, on the plane with Julian, and then arriving in Saipan. And there's the US ambassador to Australia, the Australian ambassador to the US, Kevin Rudd, former heavyweight Australian politicians themselves, a former foreign minister and a former prime minister, actually taking this trip with him. So they were clearly wanting to be very sure that nothing went wrong. And I will say a thanks to the political leaders of Australia. It's not something that I would very often do, but Anthony Albanese, the Australian Prime Minister, has been resolute, saying that Julian Assange has spent way too much time in prison, and I'm very pleased too that there have been no conditions put on Julian to return home, I think, other than having to get permission to go to the United States. Senator Penny Wong, the Australian Foreign Minister, has also been doing work behind the scenes clearly, and the Australian Attorney General, our top legal figure, Mark Dreyfus. So I do want to thank them. It's not often that journalists thank their political leaders, but it's very clear that the work that they have been doing behind the scenes has really come to fruition. I think it's also really critical that this is happening now, and it now takes any heat out of the US electoral cycle, that Julian's not going to get caught up in the ugliness that is likely to happen around the US presidential election in November. So it's, I think, welcome on very many fronts. We've heard Carolyn Kennedy, the American ambassador here in Australia, talk about this bringing a long-standing and difficult case to a conclusion. So there's been a lot of work clearly going on. And of course, Julian's team as well, his legal team, Jen Robinson, and so many others, and all the great advocacy groups who have just been unrelenting in keeping the pressure up and the focus on Julian Assange's case. So it's really wonderful to see this coming to fruition.
Beautifully said. And I think, as you say, the timing is quite extraordinary, because I think the concern that some of us had is that this might get just bumped off to, after the American election, and for it to just drag out in the courts indefinitely. So for it to have come to this resolution now, before getting caught up in the madness that the US election cycle is quite extraordinary. Can you talk a little bit about how is the Australian media covering this and responding to this, sort of seeing one of their own now coming back home finally?
There's been extensive coverage of this in news coverage, live blogging. We had a number of reporters who were actually able to get to the island of Saipan. It's an extremely remote, isolated place. I think you can really only fly in from Hong Kong, Tokyo, and I think Seoul. There might be some smaller flights from the Philippines or whatever. It's not an easy place to get to. Obviously, it's a US protectorate and a Commonwealth, and there's a US base there. So it was wonderful to see a couple of journalists from Australia there. There's also a couple of local reporters who have now got much larger Twitter followings, but it's been really great to sort of be able to see that coverage. But there's been wall-to-wall coverage across the board, and I think a real kind of euphoria that this has happened. Even, and I was noting some of your colleagues earlier talking about, some journalists around the world who've been quite skeptical and not really wanting to get on board here. But I think ultimately this is something that people can celebrate, because I was also thrilled to see Julian looking pretty good, because we've heard he's not been able to get to any of the court cases. He hasn't actually attended court in the United Kingdom, those various appeal hearings in London, because he hasn't left Belmarsh prison, because he hasn't been able to, because he's been physically and mentally not able to do so. So I was really very pleasantly surprised to see some fat in his cheeks. I was really quite worried about what he would look like. So I think that it's just one of those things that he's not had anything to say, and I think we're all really, really keen to hear what he's got to say. I understand WikiLeaks has got a press conference out of Canberra at about 9:15 our time, PM. Hopefully Julian talks then, but I guess it'll be a matter of up to him. But we really hope that he just has an opportunity to heal, I think there's been a lot of talk about walking along the beach, so that won't happen in Canberra, but really seeing and hugging his family and just being able to enjoy being out of there. So there's been a huge amount of coverage, and a lot of talk about what it does mean for media freedom, a lot of talk about what it's the efforts that Australian politicians, and this has been bipartisan, it's been non-partisan, and strangely in Australian politics, really great to see all manner of stripes from extreme left to extreme right really getting on board. It's a rare politician indeed who's not welcomed this. So it's really quite a moment globally, in Australia, in our industry, but for just the power of good and the power of people coming together and, coalescing around an issue and wanting an outcome.
Totally. In your career working on these issues, can you remember anything like this, like a big win like this? Because I was just last week with a big human rights lawyer who's represented Guantanamo clients and Chelsea Manning, and she was saying, you get one or two miracles in your career, and I mean, this is obviously really, really historic, and obviously for all of us. But can you think of anything else of this scale? I mean.
Not at this scale. 14 years, Julian has been detained in some way or other. There have been, of course, Peter Grester, who was the Al Jazeera reporter, the foreign correspondent who was jailed in Egypt. And again, the Australian government did great work getting him out. And Peter has been very vocal today about what this means for press freedom. And he shares the concerns about media freedom and the reach of the US government and what it really means for journalists being able to report without fear or favour. Espionage is an extremely serious crime, extremely serious. So, and then there was Cheng Lei, who was the Chinese broadcaster who was locked up in Beijing, an Australian who has also been returned and freed in recent years. So there's been a couple of notable cases, but certainly nothing like this. And let's not forget what Julian and WikiLeaks actually reported at that time alongside the biggest, best known names in journalism in the world. And it was war crimes and other wrongdoing by the US in Iraq and Afghanistan. These were incredibly significant reports. And we've heard for so long that this was, irresponsible reporting because it put people in danger. And today, very simply, that judge in that courtroom said there's nothing. And the US prosecutors admitted there's actually nothing, no proof that anybody was hurt. So I think that one thing we need to do from here is take a long, hard look at our intelligence and national security agents across the world and the rhetoric that they peddle about this kind of thing all the time, that reporting of this kind of activity would affect and put people in harm's way. And there's been no proof of that whatsoever. That's certainly an issue we have here in Australia with the use of secrecy laws and provisions in all manner of legislation that make it very difficult for journalists and whistleblowers to say, and to report things. Whistleblower reform is absolutely critical in Australia, and that's what needs to come next.
Beautifully said. Regarding, can you also just speak a little bit? You made a great point about what George Ramona said, in that nobody has been harmed. And there's no evidence of anyone being harmed. Just to wrap up, can you talk about also the significance of this moment where we are now in terms of people understanding a little bit more about the politics of tech, and also having a little bit more skepticism about the sort of propaganda they're sold? One of the reasons Julian's been through this ordeal, as you say, is for reporting on war crimes. And now students are online on apps, seeing things being live streamed. So there's something profound about his release coming now, when there feels like there's a turning of the tide in terms of people starting to have much more skepticism of what they're hearing about from the authorities. Do you feel that's fair to say?
I think that is true. I think there's a lot of skepticism more generally. It can be very difficult to tell what's real and what's not. We know AI is playing a very big role here, and then there are very bad faith actors out there, bots and others, that are producing false information. So all the more reason that we need good, strong regulation of the various platforms, that they are held to account for the standards they say that they have, and that there are real ramifications for people who are putting blatantly wrong information out there. We are in a disinformation, misinformation, fake news era, and it's very hard for even those of us who deal with information all day, every day. Some of us, it's very easy to be fooled. So, we need a lot more education and literacy about what people are saying. But skepticism about government, skepticism about authorities is really important. And the authorities and the intelligence agencies, national security agencies, politicians should actually welcome questioning. They should welcome that skepticism, because that actually builds trust. If you're being asked hard questions and you can answer them truthfully and in a sincere way, that builds trust in you. Rather than saying, trust me, we know what's best for you, you actually have to build that trust. So I think that's a really important moment for us as well, is to actually start holding intelligence organisations, defence organisations to account. In Australia, the whistleblowers who are being jailed here are the people who blew the whistle, not the people who committed the actual crimes, whether it's war crimes alleged or otherwise. So it's very bad when we're locking up journalists and we're locking up whistleblowers and not the folks who've actually committed the crime and made the world an unsafer place. So we really need to be rethinking that. Skepticism's always a good thing.
Yeah, and that seems like a rallying cry. And, you know, hopefully maybe you can join the press conference. I don't know if you can remotely, but if not, just please pass along our thanks. And I hope you can celebrate along with other members of your union as Julian arrives, hopefully within a few hours.
Thanks, Susie, and to all of the great people who've done great work to get us to this point. So bravo, everybody.
Thank you, Karen. And hi, so we're back, and I'm Susie Gilbert from the campaign. We are being joined by Marcus Strom, who used to be at Australian's media union, MEAA. He's going to join us now. And we just had Karen Percy, who's currently leading the union. And we're going to have Marcus, who can speak a little bit about his experience and his perspective, again, from on the ground in Australia. Marcus. Hey, Marcus, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
How are you doing? Welcome.
Thank you.
So, Marcus, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself and the organization again? We've got people joining the live stream from around the world. I know people in Brazil are watching. So just if you could give a little bit of context to yourself and the union and your history with the Assange case.
Well, thank you for having me on. My name's Marcus Stromo, the immediate past president of MEA Media, the Australia's Journalists Union. I just want to pay tribute to Karen Percy, who you've just heard from, who's carried on the great work that our union has played in supporting Julian Assange and the campaign to have him released. I was president from 2017 to 2022, and that was at a really critical period where we saw Julian dragged out of the embassy in London and put into Belmarsh, and that's when we really hit our straps to try to raise the alarm that this was not just Julian at risk, but all of journalism, not just in Australia, but globally. And in 2019, we went to the World Congress of the International Federation of Journalists, which was in Tunisia that year. And there we as MEA, the Australian Journalists Union, Julian's union, of which he's a very proud member, we put to that Congress that the IFJ prioritise campaigning to have Julian released, and that was unanimously passed by the IFJ, which represents more than 500,000 journalists around the world. So we are absolutely ecstatic that Julian is finally out and about to land in Australia to meet his family, to meet his supporters, and it's a fantastic day for Julian and for press freedom, despite the many drawbacks that the plea deal has forced on our profession.
Thank you. I didn't know that history about that gathering in Tunisia. So thank you for that. Can you tell me a little bit more? Where are you actually geographically right now? How are you feeling the atmosphere amongst the media community and your colleagues in the press in Australia? Just love to hear a bit more about what it's like over there.
So I'm in Sydney, Australia, and I'm an occasional journalist. I do media advising now, and I was actually a press secretary in the Albanese government for a short period of time. And the people that I've spoken to, were pinching themselves. I think I heard Karen say we were checking and double checking and triple checking the news that this was absolutely happening. And I think the relief is palpable, not just in the journalism community, but I think in Australia as a whole. And I think it's tribute to the campaigners, of the civil society campaigners. People have been campaigning for years and years and years, standing in the cold, in the hot, in the rain, in the sun, week after week, day after day, to raise Julian's case. This is really their victory because, you know, I think there'll be a lot of people who claimed that they were on Julian's side in the last decade when maybe they weren't. And I think everyone loves a winner. And I think we were really facing an uphill battle in our community to have Julian even recognised as a journalist, to be recognised as someone worthy of our support. But we won that campaign in our union, in our community. And I think it was the fact that within Australia itself, he was becoming a cause célèbre. He was becoming a case that you could not oppose. And I think that reality of grassroots activism, the popular mood that was in support of Julian, that really swung it. And I think we saw that in the United States. We saw that in Britain. I mean, the Australian, the US ambassador to Australia has described it as a difficult case to a close. And I think for the United States, this was an irritation that they wanted to be rid of, rather than something they joyously have dealt with. And otherwise they would have just dropped the case, surely. And so with an election looming in the United States, I don't think a struggling President Biden wanted to have a freedom campaigner like Julian Assange going through the US courts to give ammunition to his opponent who could claim that he stood for freedom, when of course I would argue neither of them particularly do when it comes to press freedom.
Yeah, well said. Just sorry to jump, but just I want to give a heads up to everyone that actually Stella Assange is going to be joining the live stream shortly. She's obviously on the ground waiting for Julian to be landing. I'm not sure exactly when he's landing. I think it's a few hours' time. I'm not following. You can follow the plane on, is it called Travel Jet? If you go to the WikiLeaks Twitter, you can sign up and you can watch the plane as it's going to be landing, I think in a few hours. I think it was a little bit delayed. So just a heads up, Stella will be joining us. What's the media coverage like now at the moment in Australia? This is obviously, I mean, Karen was saying this is a bipartisan issue. So across the board, do people
it's
sort of feel like
it's the number one story today. It has
Okay.
dominated all the headlines, it's all the news items, it's all been about this. You've been able to follow the live blogs on all the major news sites. You've had sniping from the conservative media comment. There are people who still resent Julian and everything he stands for in the media because he's someone who won't play the game. WikiLeaks broke the mold of not playing quid pro quo with the powers that be. This was a campaign for media transparency and freedom that really broke the mold and upset people in the corridors of power, not just through exposing war crimes, but just refusing to play the I'll scratch my back if you scratch my back game that is unfortunately still common in the media. And so there are still people who are rankling at this case. I don't think anyone in Australia today would be opposing Julian being released. I think we saw conservative politicians with a bit of an attitude of, you know, well, he may be a rat bag, but he's our rat bag and he should come home, to use an Australianism. That was the kind of mood. And it was that palpable public opinion that seeped throughout society that really has helped bring Julian home into a welcoming environment in Australia. The Labor Party was reluctant, but I think credit to Anthony Albanese, who really has been fighting behind the scenes, behind diplomacy from when he was opposition leader. The ambassador, the High Commissioner to the UK, and Australia's ambassador to the United States, both there to make sure the deal got done. And that's what we've seen today, and that's what we're celebrating.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be joined very, very shortly by Stella Assange, who's going to be coming on to speak with Kristen. Any final words you'd like to say to everyone who's on the live stream internationally?
Well, I just say credit to Kristen and Stella and those people at the heart of the WikiLeaks campaign. What an inspiration and what heroes you are! And thank you for inspiring us all, not just Julian, but your whole team, for really fighting the fight and making sure Julian's home. We now want a pardon, of course. We're not just satisfied with this. We will keep campaigning for press freedom. And this is a brilliant platform from which to continue that campaign. So thank you to all.
And thank you, Marcus, for all you've done to get us to this point over those tricky years. So big thank you to you and all your colleagues. And thank you for being with us. And please celebrate for us tonight over there. Thank you. And Stella's going to join us next with Kristen. We'll be right back.
Live streaming of the WikiLeaks and Free Assange campaign on this happy occasion where Julian is now flying inbound into Canberra in Australia and will set his feet on the Australian soil as a free man for the first time in 14 years. We have Stella Assange with us. Hello, Stella. How are you? And how are you feeling? It must be full of anticipation to see your husband coming in. Are you monitoring?
I'm monitoring the flight radar, and I think lots of people are also monitoring that. It's very exciting, even though it moves very slowly. It's incredibly exciting.
It's amazing too. I think that this is the most tracked flight on flight trackers. Everybody around the world is watching the screen and seeing this plane sort of moving across the ocean. Where is he now? Over land, or is he still overseas, do you think?
I think he's coming into Australia, but I'm not sure because I just did an interview, so I lost track.
Yeah. How do you feel?
Elated, excited, exhausted, all these things. I haven't slept for days, obviously. I'm jet lagged. I don't think I've eaten today much, so my energy comes and goes, and the adrenaline comes and goes, but it's all. I'm very nervous and excited about meeting Julian at the airport.
I mean, it's almost surreal that this is actually happening after all these years.
Yeah, it's I can't get my head around it. It's like I'm having an out of body experience for a lot of this. But on the other hand, I really believe this day would come. I've always had this belief. So it's both things.
Yeah, it's full of disbelief. And what about the boys? You told them that there would be a big surprise today. Do they know what the surprise
they're
is?
bouncing around. They're bouncing around like two little balls, jumping on the sofa.
Yeah.
They're very, very excited. I hope they're asleep tonight when he arrives, because although I'm not sure, because he's jet lagged. I mean, we're all jet lagged, so maybe they'll be awake. But yeah, they're incredibly excited. They're incredibly excited to be in Australia. They're incredibly excited that the day that we've been talking about for so long is here.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, it's 9 o'clock here in London, and it's 6 o'clock, if I'm right, in your end of Australia, 6 o'clock p.m. So when is the anticipated landing on your local end, local time?
I think it's around 8. Last I was told, but it might have changed. I'm being picked up in about half an hour to be taken to the airport. I'm meeting Julian's dad, John Shipton, at my hotel, and we're going to go together. We're going to be driven there by government people.
So give or take a couple of hours, it's happening. It's touched down on the ground.
Yeah, it's definitely happening in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's been such a fight, but there are so many people that have come on board and made this possible. What is your thought? I mean, who made all this happen?
It's millions of people. It's impossible to name them all. It's people who have been close to Julian. It's people who Julian has never met. All over the world, literally. People have really care about this case on many different levels. They feel personally aggrieved by what's been done to Julian, and so I think they feel vindicated. They feel that this victory is theirs, and it is. And this would never have happened if there hadn't been this groundswell of support of so many people mobilizing in big ways and small ways to come together to shift the political environment in a way that made it possible to free Julian. And I don't think we should, even though I said earlier I had faith this would happen, it wasn't at all a given at all. We faced a very, very hard uphill battle when Julian was kidnapped from the embassy in 2019. It was incredibly hostile. There had been so many, such an intense campaign. We know a lot about that campaign now, by the way, but an intense smearing campaign against him to basically rob him of the support that he has today, to rob him of that possibility by constantly attacking him, undermining him, attacking his reputation with lies and smears. And since then, a lot of time has passed. 5 years he's had to pay with 5 years of his life, the best years of his life, when not 5 years, I mean 5 years in Belmarsh, but 14 years. He was in his 30s when I met him, and he was, I think, 38 or 39 when he published the Chelsea Manning leaks. And here we are 14 years on, and there have been incredible attacks against him. But the point is that people mobilized, that people had the power coming together to overcome this incredible machinery that had borne down on Julian and WikiLeaks and tried to destroy him. And we made it. We made it together, not just those around Julian, but we are sustained by those millions of people who have been carrying this for years.
Yeah, just imagine the journey. I mean, we were sitting at Euston Station in April 2019, April 11th, and when the call came in, can you remember that call? It was just, Julian was arrested. At that point in time, it was a low point. The smearing had actually worked. It was horrible. It was horrible how he was being dealt with in media. So we are now here 5 years later. Yes, he has paid this price of being incarcerated for all this time, but there's been an absolute turnaround in public opinion. But there are still bad people in this world, but we are now seeing a moment where the good people are winning finally.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that there are factions within the United States and other countries, allied countries, that want Julian, that didn't want this, that didn't want Julian freed ever. They wanted to make him a continuous example, to basically bully everyone else into submission. And they're angry today. But the vast, overwhelming majority of humanity is celebrating this moment, because it's a moment of humanity, of justice, of freedom, of long anticipated history in the making, and we won.
Talking about good people, we have actually Agnes Kalamar on hold with us. Let's see if she can join us, Stella. She's the General Secretary of Amnesty International. Amnesty International has been very supportive, and Agnes, both in her current capacity and in her previous capacity as a special rapporteur on torture. Welcome, Agnes. Thank you to join us. And Stella, can you hear me? She can hear. Welcome. I cannot hear you. So what's your reaction to the news today? What's happening?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I was talking to you, Agnes. Thank you and welcome. It's good to see you.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Hello. Well, I'm elated. I'm so happy that he's finally going home. I'm so happy for his wife. I'm so happy for his kids. Happy for everyone who worked on his behalf for so many years, and I know worked so hard, because I was privileged enough to be following them on and off. It's a labor of commitment, a labor of love, a labor of belief. Belief in him, belief in press freedom, belief in justice. So I think we should be celebrating, and knowing that the fight goes on.
The fight goes on.
There are many more journalists, many more people like him, who are behind bars, who are facing threats. The situation of press freedom around the world is at its worst. And the fight goes on, but I think today we just need to celebrate, because we don't have so many days of celebration, and today is a great day.
I totally agree with you, and we have Stella here as well.
I can see her. Hi, Stella.
Hi, and I mean, thank you so much for your support. I mean, remember that we met briefly when you were a special rapporteur on torture, doing a very brave work on the Khashoggi report, which you were very much criticized for. It was a brave move on your behalf to be such firm in the decision in that report, which is about the assassination of a journalist, of course, a horrible event. But now we are here, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. And I've been saying this earlier here on this streaming. I hope this marks a turning point, that that this victorious day will mark a turning point in the fight for journalism, because there's a lot to do. Stella, do you think that that we will have Julian in that battle for all the journalists and for journalism? And he's been fighting for that all his life: the transparency, information freedom, and the right to publish.
Well, Julian's commitments don't go away. I think it's congenitally impossible for him to stop fighting injustice. But for now, I think he will need some time to recover, to rest. But Julian is always going to fight for the rights of victims everywhere. He feels it in his skin when someone is being victimized. He has dedicated himself to giving the tools to try to overcome the imbalance of power and enable victims to fight back. So I don't know what will happen next or when, but in the immediate future, Julian needs time to recover.
Of course, I mean, we fully respect that needs to happen. That's what I told to Julian on Saturday, when I think I was the last visitor to actually see him in Belmarsh. And thankfully, I hope I'll never see that place again, that horrible place. And I said, you know, I'm not gonna bother you for weeks now. You need to take now time to, and imagine, I mean, to after all this sensory deprivation throughout the years, I mean, he has never seen for 14 years a full sky and breathe the fresh air and stand on the beach watching the ocean. The thing that we take for granted in our lives, it's almost going to be an attack on the sensories, that to be having to experience this freedom, this extraordinary feeling. But we're so happy for him. Agnes, do you think that this moment will send waves across the globe and encourage people to start care about press freedom and all these incarcerated journalists, and start caring about not just journalism, but the journalists who are, you know, unfortunately we're seeing them in targeted killings and etc. Do you agree that we might see a turning point now?
I think the first thing I wanted to react. I think we need to acknowledge that Julian Assange has been a victim of cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. That he may have been, in fact, a victim of torture because of the conditions of detention. So I fully support what Stella just said. He will need time to recover, like all victims of that kind of treatment. And we need to give him the space and the time to do so before putting him under too much political pressure. I mean, it will be his own choice, but we need to acknowledge the nature of the treatment that he has received under in prison, in solitary confinement. In terms of the signal to the rest of the world, you know, it's a mixed signal. As we know, we need to celebrate because we don't have many opportunities for celebration right now when it comes to press freedom and the situation of journalists. It is as good an outcome as we could have hoped for, and that's great. There is still, of course, this dark cloud in relation to the Espionage Act and journalists in the US in particular, but abroad, given the extrajudicial arm of the US, are not free of the kind of abuses and violation that the US administration, several US administration, attempted to impose on Julian. So the situation of press freedom has not shifted because of the release of Julian. What may have shifted is our commitment, or not shifted, but what has been strengthened, I think, is our commitment to keep fighting, because we can have a good outcome, but far more is needed, of course. Protection of journalists must remain on top of the agenda. We know what's happening in Gaza right now, where journalists have been killed in large numbers, some of them actually specifically targeted because they are journalists. We know what's happening in terms of the imprisonment of journalists around the world. Our colleagues from Committee to Protect Journalists and Reporters Without Borders have denounced the rising numbers of journalists being arrested. We know that the indicators for freedom of expression more generally are going down, as our colleagues from Article 19 have shown. So there is, this is a day to be strong, but this is not the moment to just think we have achieved what we need. On the contrary, we need to keep going. We need to ask far more and stronger international guarantees for people like Julian, Assange, and other journalists. We need to insist that those governments that pretend to be espousing so-called human rights in their views or democratic principle actually put their actions, ensure that their actions follow their words. We need to do far more at international, regional, and national level. Press freedom, freedom of expression in the United Kingdom is not great right now, and there needs to be far more. We hope that the election will be an opportunity for those running for election to demonstrate their commitment. And around the world, in fact, that's what is needed right now. So far more. But today we say welcome and enjoy.
We will. Thank you so much, Agnes, to be with us, and thank you for the support throughout the years, and actually for Amnesty International for putting their organization in the front of the battle alongside other organizations. It's been incredible to have that support. Thank you so much, Agnes, to be with us in this live stream.
Thank you very much, and Stella, enjoy the next weeks, months, years. Congratulations for everything you've done. It's really, I want to insist on that. The freedom of Julian Assange is today is first and foremost because his family has been fighting relentlessly for him. His lawyers have been fighting relentlessly for him. And it is, I want to really, really recognize the fantastic work that all around him have done to get him where he is now, in a plane on his way to Australia. So thank you on behalf of all of us, because your fight means so much to all of us, and it will have implications for all of us. So thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks, Agnes.
I totally agree, Stella. It's because I'm so proud to know you and to observe your fight. I mean, you are a phenomenal fighter. I mean, it's been incredible to watch you under the difficult circumstances, to be a mother, the wife, and the campaigner. I mean, how do you go? How can you deal with all these juggling? It's just superhuman, Stella. Full of admiration.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge, but I think, my fight for Julian and his friends and family who fight for him, who've been fighting for him. This is an expression of our love for Julian, who's such an extraordinary human being and who has been suffering so tremendously. And how could we not? How could we not?
Yeah, I mean, I notice you're emotional. I have had people giving me a call, the supporters who have been crying, but they've been crying now the tears of joy and unstoppable. Journalists, we've been working with people who have been in the campaign. They just couldn't believe the news, and it's such a good feeling to have tears of joy finally, instead of the
Yes.
sorrow we've been going through for all these years. Can you tell me what's going to be up next now in on your end? Will you have a press conference on the ground? Just practical information for people who are watching.
We're going to have a press conference here in Canberra after Julian's landed, about an hour, and I think it's an hour and a half after he's landed. We'll confirm that on social media. It also depends on the flight estimated arrival and so on. And we'll be able to give everyone more information. And I think this live stream is going to be live streaming it, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, we hope to do so. Yes, I'm sure you were following the proceedings on the tourist paradise, the Northern Mariana Island. And I've actually listened to the audio from the courtroom, and it was incredible. And I have to admit that yes, we said he was free on Monday, but that was free from Belmarsh. Then he was free from the other kingdom, but continuously, it was not until he walked out of the courtroom in the district court of the Northern Mariana Island that he was finally free. Did you watch and observe? What went through your mind that you saw the imagery of him going out of the courtroom as a free man?
It was incredible to watch. I mean, I started crying, tears of joy. I was very, very emotional when I saw it. I wished I had been there. But Julian tells me that the people of Saipan were very nice and treated him very well, and that the weather was very good. That usually it rains every day, but today it didn't rain, and it was very balmy weather. So I think it was a very soft landing for Julian.
It was a soft landing. I saw it was windy, and I said, "Wow, it's like it's my home country, Iceland, where it's constantly windy. But it's refreshing after being in a dungeon for all this time and on that airplane for such a long time. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Who are with him on the plane? Can you tell us?
So it's there's Jennifer Robinson. He's long-standing lawyer who everyone probably knows. Barry Polak is U.S. criminal defense attorney who flew in from Washington to London to take that flight with Julian on Monday morning. I think he flew in Monday morning. Anyway, the flight left Monday afternoon. And the High Commissioner, the Australian High Commissioner, which is another word for ambassador to London, Australian ambassador to London. And in Saipan, they were met with the Australian ambassador to Washington, D.C., Kevin Rudd, who is on the plane back to Canberra. So we have two ambassadors and two of Julian's lawyers who were there. And the atmosphere in the plane is very positive. When I spoke to him as he was leaving Saipan, the connection was not great, but it sounded very relaxed and good.
I mean, it's quite an entourage to have two ambassadors, one former prime minister flying in to, I hope, a hero's welcome. It's such a great day. Stella, we might maybe hear from more of you, but I need to let you go. There's your preparations. It's such a great day, Stella. congratulations, and hope things go well, and enjoy the day. Thanks for being with us on this live stream.
Thank you, Kristen. Wish you were here to welcome him.
Thank you, Stella.
Bye.
Bye. And now we have been talking about the supporters. We're talking about the supporters. Without the supporters, this would not have happened. The incredible dedication of people who have been supporting us throughout, and showed up in numbers outside the court, having vigils in cities around the world. The people who cared, the good people. Let's see if we can get a little collection of, or snapshot of the supporters and their work, and we'll be right back after that here.
So, I'm Nobel Prize nominated journalist who is putting out the truth since 2010 with the WikiLeaks website. It's been hunted like a rat and it's been in prison for over 5 years after spending 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy without seeing, you know, the sunlight. He's now in jail in one of the filthiest prisons in the UK, and you know, his life is a risk. And so the whole truth for the whole world is in risk as well. Free, free, Julian Assange! Free, free, Julian Assange! Free, free, Julian Assange! Free, free, Julian Assange! Free, Julian Assange! Free, free, Julian Assange! Free, free, Julian Assange! Free, free, Julian Assange!
Oh, it's gone now. Oh no, come back. There we go.
Yay. Hey, welcome back to the live stream. I'm Susie with the campaign, and we are on with investigative reporter Matt Kennard from Declassified. Matt, we've got an international audience. Can you please explain who you are, what Declassified is, and
Sure.
how you are connected to this important day?
Yeah, well, my name is Matt Kennard. I am co-founder and head of investigations at Declassified UK, and we're a website which covers UK foreign policy and national security issues. And we've been covering the Assange case from the start. Well, from the start of Declassified. We started in 2019, which was soon after Julian had been put in Belmarsh. I think we started like 6 months, and we've done a whole series of articles about the legal process, about the judges, about the government role in the persecution, and many other facets of the case. We're basically the only media outlet that has done that kind of work. So yeah, I kind of know this case inside out, which is why I was very, very surprised when I saw what happened on when was it, Monday? Because I haven't looked at this case for so many years. I believed that the US weren't gonna drop it, or at least weren't going to give this sort of plea deal, which allowed him to go free. So I was extremely shocked. I've been trying to work out why they've done it, and my belief is that it's because they probably thought that they would lose the upcoming appeal in July 9 and 10, which I actually had press access to, so I was expecting to go to. Because I think, Susie, you were there for the last hearing where they decided that he would be allowed an appeal on 2 points. But in that case, their lawyers were all over the place. It was the first time really that it was so obvious that the case is, well, I mean, it's obvious that the case was a mess and violated all sorts of constitutional principles and other press freedom issues. But that hearing was, I don't know what happened with the lawyers, but it was quite clear that the case was weak, and that if he had an appeal and that was played out over 2 days and they were allowed to argue the substantive issues, then the US would have probably lost. In that case, Julian would have left Belmarsh and been a free man in the UK with the whole circus that would have been. Plus, they wouldn't have been able to save face because they'd have lost. So this kind of gives them a way out. He gets to plea to one count. Which, by the way, is just, I was just reading the quote that he said to the judge, which was, I was talking to my source about obtaining classified information, and I didn't realize that was a violation of the First Amendment. It's not a violation of the First Amendment. And also what national security reporters do every day in the US and the UK, or good ones do. I mean, that is what you're taught about in journalism school. I've been to journalism school. Talking to a source and trying to get information out of them is a major part of journalism. So when I read that quote, I was like, it's so crazy that this case has got as far as it has. And it's so embarrassing for, I think, primarily the British justice system, because the US had their interest to try and get him, right? And the case was weak and massively violated all these principles that I talked about. But in that case, the institution or the organization that should have protected Julian, and hopefully you'd hope would protect any journalist coming under persecution from a foreign power, would be the British justice system. But they've basically agreed with every dot and comma of the original Trump indictment from the start. And I think that over the next years, we need to look into why that is, because I think it's a window into who really runs Britain. Because wow, I mean, how can you have a case get to 5 years when the country that's trying to extradite him, by the way, would be the first journalist that's ever been extradited to a third country, Britain, was on record as being the victim of a plot by that country to assassinate him in London, plus on record as spying on his privileged conversation with his lawyers. So I think that there needs to be, our work's not done, me, you, all of us, because this goes to the heart of who runs Britain, and effectively it's the US empire, and the US empire runs most of the world. So we need to expose the people that conspired to keep him in Belmarsh for 5 years, plus the 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy, because they need, if there's no kind of reckoning, if there's no justice, if there's no exposure of what happened, then it will happen again. And we need to take this opportunity to show people who really runs Britain.
Yeah, that's a great point, and thank you for all the work you've been doing to sort of unmask all these sort of nefarious activities in the UK and US. Matt, you've got a really interesting personal connection with Julian because you raised journalism school. Can you speak a little bit about some of the people who aren't with us today to celebrate this win, such as Gavin McFadden, and explain who he is and why he's so meaningful for an audience around the world who won't necessarily know him? There's a number of really key figures, and we're gonna wrap up in about 5 minutes, just so you know. Sure. But there's a number of key figures, and he's a really big one, and we'd love to just honor him a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's one of the biggest. He was Julian's mentor when Julian came to London. So Gavin McFadden was a American investigative journalist who did amazing work in his career. He made dozens of documentaries, was banned from Soviet Russia, apartheid South Africa, other places. And he set up the Centre for Investigative Journalism around the time of the war in Iraq because he wanted to train a new generation of journalists to do adversarial public interest reporting. And when Julian came to London, and around the time that the first releases were happening in 2010, they became very, very good friends, and it was kind of a meeting of minds because Gavin, although he'd worked in the mainstream media, had a really critical understanding of what journalism should be, and it was about holding power to account. And for him, he met Julian. This was before I knew either of them, but I imagine he was just like, this is Julian Assange is doing the work that any journalists should want to do, which is exposing power on an industrial scale. And Gavin was, I think, thrilled by the fact that this was happening. At the time, obviously, there was the height of the war on terror with all the atrocities and violence that brought. And then many people fell away from Julian. I mean, for various reasons, but mainly because journalists in the mainstream, they couldn't understand Julian because they didn't have the view of journalism that Gavin had, which is that it should expose power on an industrial scale. For them, they wanted to tinker. They wanted to kind of do frothy stories on the top, the surface stories, but they didn't want to go systemic. And Gavin, actually, many people that became affiliated with WikiLeaks came through Gavin at the CIJ, and Gavin was one of his biggest supporters in the media. He was always by his side. He set up the Julian Assange defense committee with his wife, Susan Ben. And his house actually in Pimlico became like when people visited from around the world to see Julian, they'd drop by there, and it was a real salon and it's a really exciting place to be around. And he died in 2016, actually, and Julian requested, he was still in the embassy at that point, he requested if he could leave the embassy to go to the funeral, and obviously that was rejected by the British government. But Gavin would have been wow, he would have, I mean, he wouldn't have believed it. It was like it was his life's passion. It was kind of I think it was a great thing for him to see before he died, because he saw the potential that journalism really had. Because Gavin he talked to me about things like he was all about expanding the idea of what investigative journalism is, right? Which is like, if you go to Guardian and you have these Oxbridge private school people who have a very defined, like, it's an article, and we don't want to do anything else. And that's why a lot of them hated Assange as well, because or at least didn't call him a journalist, because they were like, well, he's not doing journalism. But Gavin wanted to expand it further. He wanted to get architects involved, like forensic architecture. He wanted to do things like direct action news gathering, which is where you like chain yourself outside a Ministry of State until they give you the information they want. Loads of interesting creative ideas. But yeah, he and I think Julian was a very, very looked up to him. And Gavin had this way of mentoring people that was kind of unique. I've never met anyone like it. I still meet young journalists, well, they're not young anymore, but who say he changed my life. He was an electric person, and someone who was completely democratic and would help anyone. So yeah, he was. I mean, there's others like John Pilger, Michael Ratner. There's many, and then there's all the unknown people that like I meet them all the time, and I'll constantly make this point. There's so many amazing activists that have literally been out every weekend for years doing protests that no one knows about or very few people know about. But it's been a trickle, you know. It's like you can never know when the pressure will build to a point where you'll get what happened this week. But these people are real heroes because they're doing it for no, they're not for any kind of acclaim or respect. You should give. And there's ones like MEB, Deepa, Driver. There's many people. So and they had an impact. Like and I'm not just saying that to be sentimental. I think they genuinely did, because what the US would have wanted is for him to quietly go into Belmarsh and no one to talk about it, and they weren't allowed to do that. And they've stopped the most powerful empire in human history has been bent by the power of people power. And of course, Stella has played just a pivotal role. Like when she became a public figure, I think the whole thing changed as well, because she's just been relentlessly speaking on his behalf and actually on all our behalf, because this isn't just about defending Julian Assange or defending her husband. This is about defending fundamental freedoms we all enjoy. And if they'd got him, we would have all been at a loss, and we'd have all lost those freedoms, because the way power works is not to get someone like Julian Assange and then pack up and go away. They get him, and then they want more, and they've set the precedent, and they can get more and more. The fact Julian won is a major victory for humanity, for truth, for justice, and for all of us.
Thank you for all work you've been doing to uncover this whole process, and also thank you for that gorgeous tribute to Gavin McFadden, who would be very proud of all the work you and everyone else has been doing. We're actually going to hear from someone else from the other side of the world, David Shoebridge, an MP in Australia. And you know, as you said, it's a global community. Some of the names we know, some of them we don't know. But as you say, you never know when the tide's going to turn. And thank you for sort of uplifting those people that we don't always hear about, who really have been indefatigable, a word I can't usually say. But yeah, thank you for being with us. And you know, you've been so really doing the hard work in the weeds. So thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. You're one of the people.
Thank you.
Susie. You're
Not
one of
at all.
the people.
Thank you, Matt.
Cool. Take care,
and
bye.
hi, David. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for doing all this and continuing the fight.
Thank you. Now, we haven't met before. Can you kindly introduce yourself? Again, we've got people watching all over the world who are not following necessarily all the ins and outs of parties. So please, anything you can share. And thanks for being here.
Sure. Well, I'm David Shoebridge. I'm a Green senator in the Australian Federal Parliament, and I'm here in Canberra, inside the Parliament. And it's the traditional owners of this land are Ngunnawal and Ngambri, and I pay my respects to those traditional owners of this Aboriginal land that we're gathered on. And I'm also one of the 4 parliamentary co-chairs of the Friends of Julian Assange. And we cover the political spectrum. I'm a bleeding heart lefty Green, and we cover, there's a government member, an opposition member, and an independent as well. And you know, I think one of the really exciting jobs we may have in a little bit is to formally disband the Parliamentary Friends of Julian Assange, even though we'll love him as much once he's free, because, you know, it's one of those moments where a campaign that, you know, worked at the Parliamentary Friends group that now has, I think, about 47 members in the Australian Parliament, work that millions of people around the world have been doing, Julian's family, his lawyers, his supporters. We can actually finally say Julian is free. I mean, we still have so many structural problems to fix, broken whistleblower laws in the United States, broken whistleblower laws in this country. But, you know, a friend of mine sent me a photo of her proudly wearing her Free Julian Assange t-shirt. And, you know, she's a great activist. And she said, this is the first one of these shirts I've been able to retire. So that was a pretty, it's a moment, isn't it?
It's amazing, as you say, because so many of us work, and I'm sure many people who are watching this now are working across many campaigns. And it's really quite rare. You get to hear someone say, "Oh, we formed this cross-party parliamentary Friends of Assange, committee, and now we get to disband it." It's just extraordinary. How are you feeling? How are your colleagues feeling? Where are you sitting today? This is surreal, but how does it feel for you?
Well, it's been a pretty extraordinary 24, 48 hours. I mean, yesterday when the confirmation came that Julian would be free, it hadn't yet been, he was in the air and it would be free. There were quite a few. I'm not much of a weeper as a general in politics. There were a bunch of tears in our office, tears of genuine joy and kind of relief, and this sense of I think one of the things that we really felt here was a sense of this global solidarity campaign, that a global solidarity campaign that has connected millions of people around the country has bloody well worked. And the fact that it did cut across politics, and it cut across politics for all the right reasons, that there was this really important thing out there we were fighting for, which is the ability to speak truth to power. Sometimes, this won't surprise you. I'm a Green senator. I'm from the progressive left of politics here. And sometimes we look at politics and we just think, bloody hell, there's this constant mountain to climb. But when, this Julian was always a political prisoner in my mind, and it always was going to take a political solution. And people from all walks of life, from different political strands, helped create that political space for Julian and his team to arrange this deal and finally walk free. And I think that's pretty extraordinary. And when you're just one part of this global campaign to free Julian Assange, a global solidarity campaign, and it works, it comes good. There were quite a few tears in the office, and this, a colleague of mine, another Green senator, Peter Wish-Wilson, he was part of the Save Julian Assange parliamentary friends group when there were literally just two of them in this entire parliament in the group, like 8 years ago, just the two of them. And the thought that it's now grown to, a good third of the parliament, and finally Julian is home. I remember going next door and giving Pete a hug and thanking him for all that work that he did those years ago.
That's extraordinary. It's really, really moving to hear. And I want to say, just again, so many of us are working on different issues, and hearing, you forming that parliamentary group in Australia of MPs from different parties, and now being able to disband it and winning, getting this win for Julian's freedom. But it's also so inspiring to hear for these other issues we're working on. I know of a parliamentary group in the UK that's still trying to work to get the final men out of Guantanamo. And again, it's just very hard getting MPs to show up to meetings and all the rest. And to hear of this miracle and this positive result is, I think, invigorating and inspiring for everyone working on all these sorts of issues where it's not always on people's minds. It's not front, so it's really, really moving to have a day like this. Is there anything else you'd like to say? I feel like you're about to say something. And again, remember, we've got people around the world. So anything you want to say to people? I know people are watching everywhere.
Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely. We celebrate that Julian's free, but the fact that he had to plead guilty to an offence, and the fact that the US administration still thinks it's legitimate to try and silence someone like Julian Assange, to try and silence a whistleblower and a journalist. The thought that the United States can legitimately say it has legislation that can reach into any country in the world and pluck out one of their citizens, even if they have no connection to the United States, because somebody from Australia or the United Kingdom, Russia or India, somebody is daring to spill the secrets of US war crimes. The thought that they still think that's legitimate, it shows how much work we have to do. And even our Prime Minister, who, came on board in the last 6 months or so and has changed the tone for Australia, and I'll acknowledge that. We still haven't got a Prime Minister who's willing to say that this entire exercise by the United States of thinking that they can reach into the globe anywhere and silence somebody, surely our Prime Minister should have said from day one, this is an Australian citizen. You do not have a right to silence an Australian citizen, let alone jail them, because they're spilling your military secrets. We haven't heard that. And we haven't heard it from the UK equivalent, and we don't hear that from allies of the United States. And I think this is essential, that we actually come together around the globe and call this out for what it is, which is a grossly illegitimate exercise of political power against an inconvenient political voice. And in my home country of Australia, where Julian's come home, we celebrate Julian coming home, and a whistleblower is finally free. But at the same time, the Australian government has just jailed another whistleblower, a man called David McBride, who blew the whistle on war crimes by Australian soldiers in the war in Afghanistan. He blew the whistle on appalling war crimes, which an inquiry was then instituted. It validated what David McBride had said. But nevertheless, the same government that is, puffing themselves up and giving them credit for helping get Julian out, continued a prosecution against David McBride. And only, a short month or so ago, he was sentenced to 5.5 years in jail for telling the truth, and for telling the truth about war crimes in Afghanistan. And as Julian's walking off a plane in Canberra here, and just barely 5 kilometres down the road, David McBride is in jail, having just been put in jail a month ago by the same government. So, and I know Australia's not alone in these kind of struggles. I know that jurisdictions around the world are trying to create the right environment for protection for whistleblowers, whistleblower commissions, people and organisations to protect people who tell us about the wrongdoings of government. And yeah, we might disband the Save Julian Assange committee, and maybe next week we'll start the Free David McBride committee and Protect Whistleblowers committee as well.
Thank you for bringing up his case. And I know Stella Assange, Julian's wife, has spoken about David McBride, and thank you for bringing that up. And I guess you're just highlighting the reality of these sort of brutal contradictions, right? That there's, a good thing happening, but it can be very bittersweet, and there are these sort of glaring contradictions. So I feel like you're almost saying there's a bit of a rallying cry of some of the things Julian has sacrificed so much, more than any journalist I can think of right now, obviously. And I feel like you're almost saying like it's up to us to sort of run with the baton and sort of keep bringing certain issues, to people's consciousness. So can you say, we're going to wrap up in a few minutes, but if you could maybe say any words about that, just a little bit more.
Well, first of all, let's celebrate this moment, and let's celebrate this as a win, and it's a win that millions of people have contributed to. So whatever small part people have played, if it's an email, if it's a phone call, if it's a donation, if it's whatever it is, celebrate your part in this, and remember everybody was a part in this, in making this win. But let's not dismantle the movement. Let's maintain the movement, and let's break the broken laws that led to this in the first place. Let's insist upon the power of truth, because if there's one thing that Julian has proven, and he's proven it at huge personal cost to him and his kids and Stella, his dad, his brother, but particularly to Julian. He's lost years and years of his life in a prison cell. If there's one thing he's told us, is that whatever rotten government tries to do, however powerful a government thinks it is, the power of truth, when millions of people get behind a basic, simple truth, that is more powerful than any government. And let's remember that. Let's focus on that. Let's organize around that. Let's have a pause. Maybe we can take the weekend off and then get back on the struggle and retain this global movement. Because I don't know about you, but I just get a sense of how powerful we can be when around this little globe we come together for something as essential as this. And let's do more of that.
And boy, do we need this nourishing win at this time, right? Like, these are long battles. And to get to a point like this that many of us didn't know if it could be years more, is really nourishing. So I think, as you say, let's celebrate this amazing day and the millions of people around the world who played a part across all, demographics and party lines. And then we'll keep on doing this work. How are you going to be celebrating, David, in Australia?
Well, a good colleague of mine has just been admitted into the Senate here, and she's got a small gathering. We're going to go and yell a few free Julians, and join with some of my family actually later tonight too. And it's a very simple pleasure, isn't it? But knowing that Julian and doing it for the first time for a few years, I think we'll all take greater pleasure in those little moments.
Exactly. And as the judge said, ahead of his birthday next week. David, thank you so much for all you've been doing and lead, helping lead this movement with your parliamentarians. And please thank your teams and all the colleagues you speak with. And just, yeah, grateful to meet you and thank you for everything.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
And enjoy the celebrations. So now we're going to be joined by our host that you may remember if you were at the last, following the last live stream and the hearing, is Matthew Ho, who is joining us from the United States. I'm not sure where, but I'm guessing on the East Coast somewhere. And so Matthew's going to join us shortly, and he will be chatting to the great Rebecca Vincent from Reporters Without Borders, who's been at so many of the hearings and has been such a champion. So Matthew, can you hear us? And if so, where are you today?
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you well.
I am here in North Carolina, and
Wow.
what a great and unexpected morning this is.
It's extraordinary. I keep saying it's surreal, but it does feel like a good dream. How does it feel to you? You were London. When was the last hearing? Everything is a blur. You were here for the hearing. You were covering that, and yeah, how are you feeling?
Oh, so I guess it was it May 18th, I think,
Like
the
that.
hearing. And that morning, when we were outside the courthouse, there wasn't a positive atmosphere, I would say, right? Many of us we were hopeful, but we also had gone through this for so long. We'd seen just one unjust, one unfair, one cruel thing done to Julian and to his family after another over so many years, that I think our expectations were that we were going to have to move to the next stage, the next phase of this persecution and prosecution of Julian. I think that experience outside the courthouse, when word came out that his appeal was going to be allowed, that they were going to allow the opportunity for Julian to appeal the extradition request, the energy, the electricity, the feeling that ran through that crowd, the hundreds and hundreds of people who were outside the courthouse that morning, it was so dynamic. It was something that I don't think any of us will ever forget. We'll ever not be able to feel that again, right? We'll always remember how we felt. And then, of course, speaking to one person after another, members of Julian's team, supporters, experts, you could just the attitude had changed. We all recognize that something really important happened in the courthouse. Something had occurred that had changed the trajectory of Julian's case, and where we maybe had hope because we believed we now had evidence that something was different, and that maybe a corner had been turned. Maybe there was something that was now going to happen that would allow for Julian's release. And I think that morning, the British court saying, yes, we will allow Julian to appeal, that shook the American government. That shook the Biden White House. It was no longer a certainty that extradition was going to occur. And actually, if you looked at it in an objective and dispassionate way, you realize that the courts here in the courts in Britain, they have a choice. They can either continue their slavish abeyance of the American empire and further humiliate and degrade themselves, or they could recognize that, yes, what the American government here is doing is an incredible violation of human rights, an incredible violation of British law, of European law, of international law. And so I think that morning, when you and I first met and we were outside the courthouse there, that fundamentally changed the whole path of Julian's trajectory and allowed, I think, for this plea deal to be possible. And so now here we are, 4 or 5 weeks later. And this is really quite remarkable.
It is. And speaking of that day, we're being joined now by Rebecca Vincent from Reporters Without Borders, who I think you met that day, who was at the hearing. She's been incredible. I think many people watching this will remember Rebecca, who's been at so many hearings, has been working so hard on this, and has really been one of the key figures in so many of the battles in this case. So Rebecca, thank you for joining us from Paris. I'm going to leave you two to chat. Thank you for making the time. Thanks for all you've been doing. And I hope you and your colleagues are celebrating, where this is, where we've gotten to today. So I'm going to let you continue the conversation, and thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, Rebecca. Thank you for joining us. And as we've seen just so far in the couple hours the live stream's been going, we've had people from all around the world. And so where are you joining from us today? And if you could just tell folks who are watching, people from all over the world, of course, a bit about yourself, the organization, and what you've been involved with Julian Assange's case over the years.
Sure. And good morning, Matt. It's so nice to be with you today as we wait to hear more from Canberra. I'm joining from Paris this morning. I'm at Reporters Without Borders headquarters, where my role is tethered, even though I am often in London or other places. I'm director of campaigns for Reporters Without Borders. So I have been responsible for our global campaign to free Assange. And, we've been involved since the very beginning of this case 13 years ago. I personally became super active around the time that the extradition proceedings started in the UK and found out how difficult some aspects of working on this case were very quickly. We had so much trouble even getting access to court. So that was like one of my first intense personal battles on this, was just trying to do our jobs, trying to get into the courtroom at each stage to bear witness to what was happening, to monitor it as NGO observers. And we did get in, but frankly, we've never experienced anything like this in any country on any case. It was literally a fight at each stage. Throughout the first instance proceedings, the judge did not recognize NGOs as having any role different to the public. And so we were left to fight for very few spaces in the public gallery throughout. And during the pandemic, that was very few spaces indeed, some days only a few. So that meant queuing for 4 or 5 hours every single day to get in. And I, at one point, became very grateful for some of the activists who started to help me, because I was one person, and I still am grateful to this day, especially Emmy and Jamie and others who held my place on many times and helped me to get in, to be able to do my job. So we've monitored, in fact, we've been now, because of these difficulties, the only NGO to monitor the entire court proceedings over the past 4.5 years. In parallel to other aspects of our campaign, we had a fight as well to get into the prison, because again, nothing is quite normal about this case. So we did manage to gain access. I believe we were also the only NGO to do so. And I was able to visit Julian 6 times between August and the end of May. The last time I saw him in there was about a month ago. We engaged in intense advocacy with the US government, with the UK government, with the Australian government, and launched our own kind of widespread public mobilization campaigns, and then generally just tried to support everything that the Free Assange campaign has been doing, that WikiLeaks and Stella and others close to Julian have been so brilliantly doing all these years. We've tried to be useful where we can to really show the dangers of this case for journalism and press freedom around the world.
Right. I mean, this involvement has been so extensive by so many people, so many organizations for so long, and it's become a part of who we are, right? I mean, we've all given so much to this, I believe, and so what's it been like for you these last 2 days? And obviously, just the energy I could feel coming off of you right now. But what's it been like these last 2 days for you, for someone who has given so much, who's been so intricately involved in this case?
Honestly, it's still this feeling of immense relief. That was the first thing. It's a joyful moment. We work on so many cases that, things can be so difficult. And these moments that feel like victories can be far and few between. But I think especially for Julian, it's been a very long time coming. I've personally probably spent thousands of hours on this, let alone, the rest of my team, colleagues around the world. And, you do become very, very invested. I care a lot what happens to him as a person, as well as the implications that this has for all of us around the world. So Of course, it's not a perfect solution. We would have ideally preferred that all of the charges were dropped, that the case was just closed, full stop. We don't believe that Julian should have spent a single day deprived of his liberty in prison or elsewhere for publishing information in the public interest. But this is a good outcome at this stage. And it was always an uphill battle. This was by no means a certainty that we would ever get him out. So, this is a case, in fact, it's the most probably complex case I've ever worked on in 18 years of human rights work. And it really tested the limits of our democracies. It called into question what is journalism. It called into question the values that we all hold dear: freedom of information, freedom of expression, what the public has the right to know. In so many ways, it tested our mettle, and I say our, not just as the sort of international human rights community, but our democracies, right? And I hope that these systems will now be strengthened by what Julian took a stand for. And I admire it so much. It's interesting when you get to know, because I campaigned on his case for several years before I met him, and I've only had conversations with him in prison. I'm really looking forward to seeing him in freedom myself with my own eyes outside of those prison walls at some point. But, I think that's worth really just reflecting on for a moment, whether or not everybody out there agrees with everything he's ever said or done. It's not the point. It's like, this is somebody who stood up for what he believes in, which was on behalf of all of us. And I don't know anybody else who would put themselves through what he's gone through for 13 years up against a giant. I think I tweeted yesterday that he defeated Goliath. It really feels like that. And I think journalism will be a bit stronger because of what he's done.
Right. I mean, 'cause I think that's what we're all contending with, our feelings in this moment, but also wrestling with what comes next. And for you, for Reporters Without Borders, I mean, for your organization, what comes next? What is it that you all are working on, but also the other thing, and I know you're doing a lot, but the other thing in relation to what we are coming out of right now, what comes next? What are your hopes for this? What are your fears? As we watch Julian become a free man, what comes next in all this for you, and what are you thinking about?
Firstly, I want to see how he is, what he needs, because we will continue to support him. I imagine he'll need some time with his family and to recover. And, we've had serious concerns about his mental health and physical health. I was worried during some of our prison visits, just the state that he was in there. It was really grim. And I'm personally thankful to never have cause to set foot in Belmarsh prison again. I'm sure he is even more than the rest of us. But yeah, first to check in on Julian, the person, to see what he needs, to see if he intends to fight back on any aspect of this. We would offer our support, whether that's legal support, advocacy support. If there's aspects of this case and his treatment over these 13 years that needs addressing, we're still there. Secondly, the whole time this has really put the Espionage Act in the spotlight, and it's very clear that we need Espionage Act reform. Many of us have been working on that over the years, but perhaps this is a moment for that to crystallize, for us to all really come together and fight for these needed reforms in a more focused manner, because as long as it lacks a public interest defense, this could easily happen again. And I'm concerned too that the US seemed to have been really adamant in securing an Espionage Act prosecution. It surprised me a bit that was the terms of the deal, rather than, they had given so much rhetorical weight to the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. At a certain point, we would have thought if a deal would have been offered, maybe it would have focused on that, because they did try to paint Julian as a hacker, or all of these things that we don't believe he is. But it is telling, I think, that what came out of this was an Espionage Act prosecution. So to me, that leaves a threat open to others, to media organizations, to journalists, anyone who's working with leaked classified information. This threat remains there, and not just to journalists in the United States, but anywhere, given the transnational nature of how Julian has been targeted. So I think a really concerted push for Espionage Act reform is needed. And then, frankly, because I work on other cases around the world, some of which may seem as impossible or nearly as impossible as this one. And we've learned that actually, hey, nothing is impossible. It's always worth campaigning because it does matter. It does impact change. There have been a number of other states that have often pointed fingers back at the US and said, what about Assange, when their own abuses are raised? And so, you know, countries that in fact have large numbers of journalists jailed, like China, which is by far the biggest jailer of journalists in the world, were campaigning for many cases in mainland China and in Hong Kong, such as the case of Jimmy Lai, which also may seem an impossible case. But I would now challenge those states that have been looking for so long. They've lost that argument. No, of course, Julian should have never been in prison. We remain disappointed by the fact that the country of the First Amendment pursued this case for so long. But as I've said a number of times in recent weeks and yesterday, like, it's never too late to do the right thing. We welcome the fact that the US finally came to the table with this deal. Although it's not a perfect solution, it works. He's out. Let's put a stop to this. We hope to see the US really behave according to its standards from now on. And not just the US, other democracies were involved. The UK had a role to play in this too, and we won't forget that. But all of these states that pointed fingers and always just use this as an excuse, hey, let's see some releases there now too. China, Russia, Azerbaijan, there are others. So we'll continue to campaign globally for journalists who are at threat everywhere. And in particular, I think those who are targeted under the pretext of national security, because that's not singular to this case. This is a growing trend around the world. Many of the cases on our list are also connected to states claiming that these things pertain to national security.
Right. I mean, getting rid of the Espionage Act or reforming it, whatever, that is the key weapon that the American state has, the American empire has, to pursue its narrative dominance, to enact petty vengeance. So your work in that area is so key. And then, of course, it seems daunting how much work you are doing, what is out there, the state of press freedom, the reality of free speech for billions of people. So how can people help you and your organization? And then, of course, one last question as well. How have you and your colleagues been celebrating? And in any last words you might have.
Sure. It doesn't feel daunting. I know it seems we are doing so much. We have an excellent team around the world. I'm really lucky to work with so many fantastic people here in our Paris headquarters, but our offices everywhere supported this. And I can't emphasize enough how buoyed we are by moments like this. This victory will carry us for quite a long time. Literally yesterday made me feel like, and I still feel like this today, and I hope this lasts for some time, nothing is impossible. What else can we do that everybody said that we can't? So that's where we are at the moment. People can, and I think, look, the Free Assange community has been great in following sort of everything we've been putting out these years. Please follow what we're doing on other cases too. Share information. Get mobilized where you can. I mean, in many countries around the world, you can influence your elected representatives. Write to them about these cases that you care about. There's so much goodwill amongst grassroots activists around the world in this case. What are they going to organize around next? We have some ideas, so reach out. Of course, donations are always welcome to organizations like ours, or I know Julian is now directly, which is absolutely ludicrous, having to cover the cost of his own jet out of the UK, which will remain one of the absurd side notes, I think, historically of this whole debacle. Shame on the Australian government for not just footing the bill there, but I know that they're crowdfunding too. So, if you can donate, support his legal defense, support his payment of this jet to freedom, as it were. But if you can, support organizations like ours too. As for celebrating, I think this will be protracted a bit. We were so busy dealing with this yesterday. I did more than 12 hours straight of media myself. We did raise a glass at a certain point. And I'm also just maybe on a slightly personal note, thinking today of RSF Secretary General Christophe Deloy, who passed away about 2.5 weeks ago. It was very sudden, and he was only 53 years old, so quite a shock to us. But Christophe, he cared so much about this case. He had met Julian a number of times in the embassy. He was with me at some points of the court proceedings. We fought to get into the prison together, and I was really grateful that they had the chance. Christoph was able to come in twice with me last year, so they did have some last conversations. And he was always asking me for developments and telling me like, oh, tell me if I should come. He would have been overjoyed by this moment. And so this is also, it's special for us, that something that he supported so much, and he allowed me to spend thousands of hours of my time on this, that shortly after he left us. But it's his victory too. And, I'm sitting actually in his chair today in his office in our Paris headquarters. So just thinking of Christoph today, but we'll raise another glass all together when we can. And I'm hoping that we'll have the chance to do so all together back in London shortly. I know that there had been a gathering organized already for Julian's birthday. I hope that we keep it, because now we can toast him in freedom.
Exactly. And I'm very sorry. Condolences on the passing of Christoph. And Rebecca Griffin, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you for what you and Reporters Without Borders have done for so many years to support Julian, to support his family, to support all of us in this fight for a free press and for free speech. Thank you again for joining us. And we are now going to go to an interview with Ben Wisner of the American Civil Liberties Union.
Well, thank you, Ben, to be with us on this happy occasion. Now that Julian is on the last leg on his road to freedom, what are your thoughts about this news and what the implication it will have?
Well, obviously, I have a lot of mixed thoughts. The first is just gratitude that he is on his way home and not on his way to Virginia to face prosecution for journalism. This is not a great precedent that is set with this guilty plea, but it would be a disastrous precedent if that were ratified by federal courts in the United States. So it's not as dangerous as it would have been for journalism had he been brought to the US and actually prosecuted. I'm so happy for you, for his friends, for his family, for everyone who's been campaigning all this time. It seems like none of you have gotten off a plane in the last 10 years. And so that has to be an enormously gratifying feeling. And I'm worried because this is the first time that in a criminal guilty plea, journalism has been described as a criminal conspiracy. What he has pled to, at least as far as I can tell, is publishing national security secrets. This is a core function of investigative journalism. This is what we need journalists to do, to shine a light on the dark corners of the powerful. And I do think that today journalism is marginally less safe than it was yesterday.
That's a very serious sort of residue, and yes, you're right. I mean, the lawyers tell us that this is not a legal precedent per se, because it's a plea, but still informal one. So you worry about the cooling effect this will have.
For sure. Look, there are different kinds of precedents. This isn't a precedent that can be cited in a court case, but this does certainly invite future administrations to use this tactic to silence dissenting journalists. And as we discussed in one of our recent conversations, Kristen, my worry is not that tomorrow journalists will be rounded up and arrested. My worry is that the lawyers who represent news organizations tomorrow will start giving very different advice, just at a time in the history of our planet when we need more brave, bold, dissident journalism, not less. And so, look, I think this administration has said all along, we're not setting a precedent. This does not apply to mainstream journalists. This is sui generis. This is just about Julian Assange. But of course, even if they're sincere in that assurance, which sounds hollow to me, they have no control over the next Department of Justice, as we saw, because the Obama Department of Justice decided not to bring this case, and the Trump Department of Justice brought it in his first year in office. And so, yes, I do think that we have cause for concern that a door has been opened. And I think that that's true globally as well, that we have now legitimized this practice of targeting foreign journalists and publishers for publishing one country's secrets. So it's really up to us to make sure that this is a one-off and isn't the beginning of something darker and more ominous.
In the past, we've seen, of course, authoritarian regimes citing Julian's example to justify their horrible actions against journalists in their own countries. That will surely linger on, since this is not a final clean solution where the indictment is simply dropped. Can that be amended with Julian getting basically pardoned by the next president, for example?
Well, I don't know, because we're not talking again about formal precedent. We're talking about, again, whether a tactic has been legitimized, has been made more credible. And so, look, I would like to have this guilty conviction cleared, and any president who would do that would get my praise for doing it. But, as you know, my organization and many other press freedom and human rights organizations, we're hoping for a different outcome, the outcome that you were hoping for, which is that this case would be dropped. And after 5 years in Belmarsh, it could have been dropped. And so I don't want to praise the Department of Justice here. Again, I don't want to underestimate how much worse the precedent would have been, not just for Assange, but for press freedom, if he ended up in a federal jail cell in Alexandria, Virginia. But as I said at the beginning of this conversation, I do think that there is a cloud that lingers from this resolution.
I had a chance to glance through the actual plea agreement, the actual document that was made public after it was entered into the court records in the Northern Mariana Islands. And a couple of things struck me. Of course, and the one thing is known, of course, there's no mention of violation on the basis of computer intrusion. So no hacking, in essence. It was one of the biggest sort of talking points coming out from the administration. There was the allegation of hacking. He's not a journalist; he's a hacker. So in this plea, there's no mention of that. It's just it's gone completely.
Well, yeah, I mean that is interesting. I always thought that charge was both factually and legally incredibly weak, and I think that they included that precisely so that they could preserve the talking point that this was not about journalism. At the end of the day, it may not matter so much which of the 17 or 18 charges he pled to and which ones he didn't. In some ways, I would have rather seen a plea under the computer intrusion charge, because it probably would have had less precedential effect on other investigative journalism. But it is going out with a whimper that the government that has, called him a hacker all these decades, has not managed to secure any conviction under that theory.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, in the restitution chapter of the plea, there is actually not there is an admittance that there has been no case of any harm to any individual as a result of this. These publications that are underlying this plea. Therefore, there is no base to request restitution in the plea. So that's no harm. It's an admittance. No hacking, no harm.
Well, as I know you did, I followed the Chelsea Manning prosecution closely, and the government had an opportunity at her sentencing to present evidence of harm from these disclosures, and it didn't succeed in doing that then. So it's not a big surprise to me that in the intervening decade, they haven't, managed to contrive some of that evidence. Anybody who's followed this closely has known that there wasn't harm to individuals from this reporting, but I hope that this detail from this guilty plea gets widely circulated so that the world that has not followed this closely can see that as well.
What will organizations like the one you represent do in the aftermath of this with these residues or this precedent that is sort of lingering out there? What can you do?
I think the bigger question is for news organizations. And the question for news organizations is, how are they going to interpret this development? Are they going to view this as a threat? Are they going to try to ignore this and see what happens? And I do think that it may depend very much on who is in office, right? So, certainly I think there's been a consistency to the statements that you've seen from the press freedom groups, which is gratitude that Julian is on his way home, but also, again, concern about even the kind of precedent that is established through a guilty plea. So, we will, of course, have to stay vigilant. But, in the event that Trump is our president again, at the beginning of next year, we're going to have both a need for more leaks, because we can expect there to be a fair number of abuses, and very likely an attorney general who is fairly aggressive at trying to go after leakers and now possibly publishers as well. So again, my hope is that our legal system somewhat collectively tries to decide that this is an exception. And this is not the new normal for how we deal with these kinds of publications. But Kristen, time will tell.
Time will certainly tell. But you mentioned politics, and that may well have played into this outcome that there is an election coming up. One doesn't know. What is your impression of the reaction to this news in political circles? Is it along the polarized lines, or is it more confused?
I don't know. I haven't seen very much. I've seen some predictable bleedings from national security right-wingers about how he put our troops in danger and he should have been prosecuted with the full force of the law. But it's been pretty low energy, I think, those comments. Look, the reality is, if you understand how these prosecutions work, 5 years is a long sentence, even for a leaker. I mean, when Reality Winner was sentenced to 5 years, this was the longest sentence given under the modern use of the Espionage Act. Julian's being sentenced to 62 months. That's now the longest. So maybe they wanted to get past that 60-month mark so that they could say, this is the longest sentence served under the Espionage Act in modern American history. So I do think that takes some of the venom out of the sort of predictable responses. I mean, we will see all the retired security heads go on to the Sunday shows and take their potshots at Julian and really take their potshots at investigative journalism. But I suspect this will have a very muted political impact, precisely because he served so much time in prison already.
So Biden will neither benefit nor be harmed by this, in your opinion?
Well, right. I mean, I think the much more unpredictable question is, how would it have affected the election if Julian had been on a plane and had been in Virginia and we'd had the entire spectacle of pretrial proceedings in this case with a global reaction that we would have seen. So it may be that Biden prevented something that would have been a huge political headache for him, but I don't think he's going to reap benefits or take too many hits here. But we'll see. I mean, I think there's a presidential debate, and we'll see if this becomes an issue there.
That would be interesting. You mentioned that there is a need for the WikiLeaks ideals and the operation that it represents in the case that that Trump becomes president. And we are seeing a world where right-wing forces are growing in the strength in many countries all over the world. We are also see, the world where respect for the lives and the liberty of journalists and their work in general is getting lower all over. I shouldn't be. I mean, I know the answer to it, but I want to ask you. So you see a role for the WikiLeaks and WikiLeaks ideal in the future?
I think that we have seen consolidation of power among powerful government and corporate interests over the last generation. That the globalization and financialization and automation and the whole ideology of national security have produced a world where fewer and fewer people are making decisions that have grave impacts on all of us. And it seems to me that our democratic systems of checks and balances have largely failed in the face of this challenge. We've not seen parliaments or Congress or the judiciary really challenge that kind of hegemony that our executive branches have had, even in democratic societies. And this is where journalism has to fill that gap, and adversarial journalism has to fill that gap. And WikiLeaks has been an inspiring model of adversarial journalism and publishing for a lot of people. And in fact, you could say that its model has already won, where so many more mainstream respected publications have secure drop on their websites that allow submissions in the same way that WikiLeaks innovated. And so, yes, I think the need for publishing entities that are not beholden to the interests that they're covering has never been greater.
So we need more intelligence agencies for the people, of the people, and probably more curious eyes that do not run dry. to cite some of the examples that are presented in a very negative way in the plea deal and indeed in the indictment.
Yeah, no, that's right. And look, I do think that the people who most courageously do this kind of work, the journalists themselves, are not going to be chilled by what happened here. They're going to be defiant, and they're going to do the work they need to do. As I said, my concern is whether the institutions that they work for might be somewhat chilled. And there's still a value in having this important work done by more trusted institutions and not just by advocacy entities. And so, I will be curious and very concerned to see how this plays out.
Indeed. Thank you so much for being on this stream with us, and a happy occasion.
And, I just want to say again, just congratulations to you to reach this point in the journey, because I know how much of your life has been devoted to making this happen. So
thank you so much. Thanks for being with us.
Yep.
You too.
Bye-bye.
In North Carolina, the United States. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We have thousands upon thousands of people watching this as we await Julian's arrival back to Australia as a free man. The plane that is carrying Julian is only a couple of minutes from landing. We'll update you as soon as that happens. And actually, I'm just being told in my ear that Julian Assange has landed. So if you are watching us in solidarity, of this moment of Julian Assange going back home to Australia as a free man, this is it. I've just been told that Julian Assange's plane is on the ground and that he has returned home after all these many years, after all the cruel, unjust, vulgar captivity, persecution, torture. He has been submitted. He is back home, and he is, I imagine, as soon as they can get that plane door open, will be with his family. And so thank you all for being a part of this. One theme that we have heard, not just today, but throughout this ordeal, throughout this work to free Julian, has been that it is all dependent upon the support that Julian has received from millions of people around the world. So, of course, this moment for Julian and his family, Julian back now in Australia as a free man. This is also a moment for all the millions and millions of people around the world who've worked so hard for too many years to make this moment possible. And we're going to be joined right now by Stefania Marizzi. I'm not sure if there's anyone else who has been more involved, particularly as a journalist, than Stefania. Stefania, thank you so much for joining us. How's it feel to know that Julian Assange is back in Australia now as a free man?
Thank you, Matthew, for having me. And today is a great day of joy. I can barely convey how I feel. I think it is a tremendous achievement, and I think is an opportunity. Is the end of a nightmare for Julian. They have devastated the U.S. and U.K. Governments have devastated his health and life. They took the best years of his life, but today is a day of joy, and we absolutely have to celebrate.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what are you going to do to celebrate? And what have you been doing to celebrate? And how have you been feeling these last couple of days?
Oh, it has been tremendous. It has been something I couldn't stop crying. When I first heard, I was sleeping, I was in the bed, and my phone was getting dozens and dozens of messages.
Right.
And I woke up in the middle of the night and was what's going on? And I was watching the picture of Julian boarding a plane. I was telling, maybe I'm dreaming. It's in the middle of the night, I'm dreaming, or maybe it's artificial intelligence, is a fake. But when I got on my mobile the plea deal, the plea agreement, the text, I thought to myself, wow, it's real. This time it's real. This time is we'll be out of Belmarsh. It will be the end of this nightmare. I woke up in the middle of the night. It was 2 a.m. in Italy, and I started reading Twitter. I started checking. I started getting messages. It was real. This time is real, and I really have no words. I'm still very, still very happy and confused, because I never expected. I have to say, I have fought for the last 14 years, but I never really expected that he would be free. He would be finally able to reunite with Stella, the kids, his family, John, Gabriel, his mother, Christine. She hasn't seen Julian for years. And with us, with all of us, it has been a tremendous fight. There's been a big, collective, big fight.
It has been. It has been. And, I think that's one of the things that is common among a lot of us who've been involved in this for quite a while, is that this moment became almost unimaginable. But I want to take it a step back, and you've been involved with this for so long. And normally we lead with a question like, tell us about yourself in the beginning. But this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever everyone is, I think we're all so we're all so undone with the emotion of this, with this joy, this euphoria. But let's take a step back, and can you tell people what began this journey for you? How did you get involved? Why did Julian's case become such become such an important thing for you?
So you have to realize that it all started in 2008 when one of my sources, at that time I was working as an investigative journalist for the major Italian, it was the leading Italian news magazine, L'Espresso. And L'Espresso was doing very aggressive investigative journalism, especially at that time. Today is a different magazine. But you have to realize that one of my sources suddenly stopped talking to me. She was convinced she was under illegal interception. And of course, there is no way to know whether you are under illegal interception or whether you are maybe paranoid because there is no illegal interception at all. But at that time, I realized I need a better source protection because the old-fashioned techniques are no longer suitable in this age of mass surveillance. And you have to realize that before going to journalism, I got a degree in mathematics. And so I knew a bit, some theoretical knowledge of cryptography. And so I told myself, I want to use cryptography. But at that time, in 2008, cryptography was really unfriendly. Yeah, there was no WhatsApp, no Signal, nothing at all, no wire, nothing at all. There was only PGP and its very unfriendly solution. So I wanted to learn. And there was one only media organization in the world using cryptography systematically to protect sources. And that media organization was not the New York Times, it was not the Guardian, it was not the Washington Post. It was a tiny media organization just established, just created by Julian Assange 1.5 years before. And it was called WikiLeaks. It was basically a niche organization, very little known. So I started looking at their website. I was, dumbfounded. I couldn't believe they had just obtained a document, the standard operating procedure for the Guantanamo detention camp. You have to realize that, some prominent media organizations, some prominent human rights organization had tried to get access to that document, like the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, and they had been unable to get a copy of that document. But WikiLeaks did. Julian Assange and WikiLeaks did access to that document. And for me, it was amazing. I told myself, how did they get it? How is it possible? And clearly, it was possible for two reasons. One is that Julian Assange, by establishing this media organization using cryptography, was providing a secure channel, a secure approach, a secure channel for the potential sources, for the whistleblowers who wanted to leak anonymously. And in addition to this, Julian Assange of WikiLeaks had a tremendous courage, because it is not enough to have explosive documents. It is not enough to have bombshells. You need to have the courage to publish them. And in fact, when they got the Pentagon telling them, you have to remove the Guantanamo standing operating procedures, because the publication of this document is not authorized. Julian Assange didn't say, yes, we will remove it. No, he said, no, we won't remove it.
Right.
So
and that's where things begin to change. I'm sorry to cut in on you. We're going to bring Kristen from WikiLeaks back in at this moment, because the plane has landed and we have we have information. Kristen wants to provide information to the people who are watching all around the world. But your point, Stefania, is so well taken that if you go back 15 years, what Julian Assange, what WikiLeaks started, it changed everything. It changed everything.
It did.
And right, and we're going to bring Kristen in here in a moment. But this idea that things how we understand the world and the way it's our reality is constructed is so defined by those in just a few select places. And the democracy that Julian Assange and WikiLeaks brought to the media, brought to our ability to be aware of information, is just so key. And so, Stefania, thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to bring Kristen in now. And Stefania, thank you for all the work you've done.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Matthew. Thanks.
Okay, and joining us now, Kristen, if you want to come back on in here, and how are you feeling right now? Okay, Kristen, we're still waiting for him to connect to the audio, but he'll be joining us in a short moment. And for someone who's been so involved in this as the editor of WikiLeaks, this moment must be just really beyond words for so many people. And I'm imagining for thousands and thousands of you all who are here with us today, and the millions of people who have worked so hard to make this day possible. One of the things we noted that on just one of the flight trackers, more than 50,000 people were watching Julian's plane fly from Saipan to Australia to bring him back home as a free man. And Kristen, I think we've got you now. How are you doing right now in this moment? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so good. I have just got information that Julian has landed. He's now on Canberra airport. He is still on board the plane. The people are, of course, doing the regular checks and things at Canberra airport. We are just waiting for him to step off the plane and meet Stella finally after all this long flight. It's been an incredible journey, Matt. I mean, we have a journey that started. It's now 10:50. It's almost 11 o'clock in London time. This is a journey that started with a takeoff Monday. It's now Wednesday, 11 o'clock a.m. So it's a long journey, a journey to freedom. But we are at this stage, and I'm absolutely ecstatic. I'm filled with joy that we now have him home.
Yeah, no, I mean, what we've all been witnessing, this flight to freedom is exactly that. And we've got, looks like Jeremy Corbyn can be joining us, and here he is. And I'll turn it back over to you, Kristen, to talk to Jeremy. And Jeremy, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Matt. Jeremy, thanks for to be with us at this historic
Kristen,
moment.
good morning. How are you?
I am feeling great, and I hope you share that feeling. It's now.
You,
10,
my dear
15.
friend, have every reason to feel absolutely great after. You look actually about 10 years younger than last time I saw you.
Well, thank you very much.
You've just done the whole team so brilliant, so fantastic.
Thank you. I mean, it's
made me want to go to Australia.
Yes, you should. But let's, as I told Julian on Saturday when I saw him in Belmarsh prison, I'm not going to bother you for quite a bit of time. You need now to be by yourself and just get in contact with the elements and be with the family. That is important.
That's so wise. He just needs to be in a country place somewhere with Stella and the kids, and people just leave him alone for a couple of months. Just let him relax and rebuild himself. What a fantastic man.
It's a great moment. He
doesn't need to be bothered by any of us.
No, everything can wait. This is of most important. I want to thank you, of course, Jeremy, for being so supportive throughout the years. I mean, it has been extremely important. You have been the one in Parliament here in London that has raised the awareness that this is such an important case to fight for his freedom. So all my gratitude to you. for staying on Julian's side.
It's the very least I can do, absolute least I can do. And I always feel at the end of a massive miscarriage of justice campaign, this sense of reflection, what we did right, what we did wrong, what was good, what was bad. But the central core is your determination, Stella's determination, the team's determination, and the loyalty and understanding of many of those activists that stood outside courts in all the foul weather and everything else, who didn't question the strategy or the ideas behind it, just realized what their role was to make noise for Julian. And I think we owe them a huge thank you also. I'm sure you'll agree with that.
I totally agree with that. I mean, we cannot underestimate the utmost importance of people who came out, who staged vigils all over the world, who were outside the Ecuadorian embassy when he was there, who were outside court, who attended the rallies, who are spreading the words. That is, we should never underestimate the power of people when they come together to move things. They can make history, and their part in this historic moment is huge, and my gratitude is towards them and their fight. Which sort of, I want to ask you. I mean, I've been talking to people this morning since early, and actually throughout the days, and saying, you know, this, I am hoping this marks a new beginning, and we can, if we want. We can say this is the line that we start a new campaign for not just focus on journalism, but for a just world, and what real journalism should be all about. Do you agree, Jeremy?
Christian, that's very profound, and I agree. This victory, and it is a massive victory, was won without the support of any establishment anywhere. Very few heads of government came online, with the very honourable exception of Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who came on from very early on. But most, there are other exceptions, but it's a victory for people. But it also points to me the need for a community and a fraternity of radical media around the world. I was talking to our friends from Sweden and Denmark who are here campaigning in my campaign yesterday about this, and they're holding an organizing meeting next year in Malmo, where we're going to consider an awful lot of these issues. It won't be the only such consideration, and our international conference on September the 14th will be doing exactly the same. We've got to build a reliable form of information and communication with each other, and I think that this campaign has brought a lot of very genuine people together all around the world. Let's build on that.
Sorry, Jeremy, I need to interrupt you. We now have live feeds, basically, of Julian stepping out of the plane in Canberra.
Oh, please, let's see it.
Oh, it's such a... Well done, he's walking on the tarmac. I don't know, he's waving to the crowd. It's such a joyous moment. I'm not sure you can see it, but you know, believe me, this is such an emotional moment. He is looking so great. It's just.
I saw pictures of him. He looked a lot better than last time I saw him.
Well, if you think that I have maybe backtracked a few years, I can tell you that he's looking a lot better than inside Belmore's prison on Saturday. It's such a great moment. He's clencing his fists and waving to the crowd. What a great moment in history to witness and be a part of it, Jeremy. And thank you. I mean, we should all be.
I'm just getting it on my phone now. Wow.
He is meeting Stella now. Oh my God. Kissing Stella, you know, this is, my God. And John Shipton is there, his father, you know, reuniting with the family. What a great moment, Jeremy, to be watching this. This is something we've been fighting for, waiting for. Absolutely fantastic. It is. It's, oh my God, it's hard not to be emotional under these circumstances, Jeremy. I hope you appreciate that.
Absolutely.
It's been something we've been waiting for a very long time.
Oh, that's amazing.
Isn't it? My God.
Wow. Yeah, what a day.
What a day. What a day, Jeremy. What a day.
So where are you at the moment? You're in Iceland or London?
I'm in Fulham.
In Fulham. Is Chloe there with you?
She is here with me. She was here on the broadcast earlier. We're all, I can hear her crying in the background, tears of joy coming down her face. I mean, it's just such an emotional moment. And you know, finally we're there, Jeremy.
Can I have Chloe and your permission to put the cardboard cutout? Can I have your permission to put the cardboard cutout of Julian in my campaign office for the day?
You can have my permission to take that cutout into your office.
We'll put it there. And would Julian wish us well in our election?
I am sure he does. You came up in our discussion, and he said you need to win. You need to win in your forthcoming election.
Thank you. We're doing our best.
Yeah.
It's going well.
You do your best. Okay. I mean, I'll let you go now, Jeremy.
Thank you.
We'll meet soon again.
Thank you to you and Chloe. Lots of love to Stella and Julian. I sent Chloe a message, but Stella a message, but I guess her phone is probably inundated with messages. So when you speak to her, just give her my love and Laura's love. Laura's in Mexico, meeting all our friends there, and the support in Mexico was fantastic for Julian.
It is indeed. Thank you so much, Jeremy, and we'll see you hopefully soon. I can celebrate. Take care.
See you very soon. Take care.
Take care. What a moment that we are having here, just watching the image. I'm now joined by Roger Waters. Hello. Did you see the imagery that we just had of Julian?
I tell you what I have to do, Kristin, is I have to figure out how to turn my phone off because it's ringing in my ears. Because yes, I was watching it, and yes, I did see him step off the aeroplane, and yes, I saw him hugging Stella and then hugging John and Gabriel on it before he disappeared into that door. So let me try and figure out how to
well,
turn it off.
You saw it. You saw it. I got you here. What did go through your mind when you were watching it? I mean, you've been so much you've been so supportive throughout. Tell me what went through your mind?
Well, now I can hear you now.
Okay.
I dashed into the kitchen with my iPhone so I could go on listening to the live stream of Julian arriving in Australia. And suddenly, bugger me, he's getting off the plane and I'm trying to make my second cup of coffee. And I managed to, and I got back here into the kitchen. And so I saw the hug with Stella. And I'm very emotional. I'm feeling very emotional. And Jeremy was talking before about all the people who've stood outside courthouses and blah, and blah, and blah. We've all done a little bit. We've all done the best that we could. And up until sort of midnight a couple of days ago, when we heard that he was on a plane, I confess that a lot of us had almost given up hope, but never quite. We always held on to that tiny, I know you do, because we know each other. So now he's in Australia. Now he gets to open the window and hear the birds and play with the boys and be a family man again and whatever and all of that. And who knows what the future lies. I just this morning, while I was waiting for all of this, read Patrick Lawrence's piece in The Flautist. I recommend it to anybody and everybody to read it because it's a good piece. You know, we need him back at work. I know he needs to get better. He needs to recuperate. He needs to whatever. And I know you've done a wonderful job keeping the organization going while he's been incarcerated. But we need WikiLeaks.
More
I totally agree with you.
Needed WikiLeaks before. We need it now, brother. All of us. We the people all over the world. We desperately need the truth to be told to us in the face of all the lies that we get from the empires. So this is a great, great morning for us here. I'm in England at the moment. I'm only here for like a couple of weeks. I've come for the general election. So I'm working during the general election here in London, and then I'm going to come back. I don't want to hog time.
No, I'm fine. I mean, you stay on a little bit, Roger. I mean, I'm reflecting back to this battle, and I want to thank you for what you've done. I'm remembering the time that you were, and we were outside the Interior Ministry, the Ministry of Truth,
the Home
right?
Office.
Sorry,
the Home Office.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'll try not to jump to literary references because they all apply: Orwellian, Kafkaesque, Carolian, whatever you. It's all in the Assange saga.
It is,
and you played the song for Julian. Wish you were here. It was very emotional, but now we have him here.
Yeah, well, now he is here.
Yeah.
But I tell you who's not here, and now I might get a bit weepy, is John Pilger.
Oh, yeah.
John Pilger, who stood with me on that day outside the Home Office. We didn't plead with Priti Patel because we didn't want to waste our breath on that awful woman. But we did communicate with the 2,000 or 3,000 people who were standing there outside the Home Office on that day, October, a couple of years ago. So I know that all of us together helped to keep Julian's story in front of people. And so I'm proud of that. That's one of the things in my life that I'm proud of having been able to help a little bit to do. And going on into the future, obviously, there are other fights to fight, and we fight them. And we fight them united. But we are involved in an existential battle for the soul of the human race. And there is good and evil in this world, and we can identify it. Okay. And that is what Julian, and so can Julian Assange, and he did, but he identified it. And he exposed the evil for us. That obviously is why he's been incarcerated in Belmarsh for over 4 years, and before that in the Ecuadorian embassy, and blah blah blah. We all know the story. So this is huge. So this moment here today of him hugging Stella, Julian and Stella out in the open air, free, hugging, husband and wife hugging one another. It's a huge, symbolically, it's an enormous movement for all of us all over the world, for we the people, because they represent us, their capacity for love and togetherness, and for empathy for their brothers and sisters all over the world is a huge example to the rest of us of how we must continue to resist and resist and resist and resist the evil empires. So there we are. I've had my little say.
Well, I mean, it's a victory of goodness in this world. I mean, we are both happy with this, and I agree with you. Just imagine Stella and Julian they've never hugged before out in the open. They have never been outside together for all these years.
No, I know.
So
what now? How long are they going to have to be in that it's not miserable, in that happy building, filling out forms? Can they just go home?
Well, I hope that, I mean, Julian is traveling with two ambassadors, a former prime minister. I hope that they're not going to get a lot of time spending on filling forms and answering questions. What's the purpose of your visit? It's like that. So they are going to head out to a press conference, which we are planned to stream live and hear more from them. And after that, in a few hours, they drive into the countryside to, and which I
All
think
the
is
flowers.
is what Julian wants, to be able to step outside in the countryside, in the bush area, by the beach, and just breathe in the fresh air of freedom.
Perfect.
It's a
Well, I
perfect
won't take up any more of your time. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being on our live stream, Roger, and thanks for everything you've done in the past.
Christine.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Thank you. And before, and as I said, we are waiting for things to unfold in Canberra, where Julian Assange is now a free man. He is with Stella, he is with the family. They're going to have a press conference on the ground there. I don't know exactly when it starts, but we're going to be staying tuned and bring everything we can to you. We're going to take a short break from this live streaming and actually going to hear from Jamil Jaffer, which I talked to earlier. He is the director of the Knights First Amendment Foundation at Columbia University. If I got the title wrong, I'll try to correct it later, and excuse me. Let's go to Jamil for a short while. Jamil, thank you for joining us here. Can I get your impression on the this outcome that we are now witnessing when Julian is flying from the North Mariana Island to Australia after having pleaded? What is your take?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a very big deal for Julian Assange himself. I think, it's the end of a long saga, and my guess is that the Biden administration will also be happy to put this case behind them. So, in those two senses, this is, I suppose, something to, at the very least, well, maybe something to celebrate. I am concerned about the ongoing implications of this case for press freedom. On one hand, we have averted the worst possible outcome, which would have been a judicial ruling holding that the Espionage Act reaches the mere publication of government secrets, and a ruling that the First Amendment doesn't protect that activity. So we've avoided that. On the other hand, we have this plea agreement that is going to essentially have Assange having served 5 years in prison for acts that journalists engage in every day. And I think that is, though it's not a judicially sanctioned precedent, it is a kind of precedent, and will cast a long shadow, I think, not just over journalism in the United States, but around the world as well.
What would be the solution for sort of striking against that? What would a pardon do in that sense?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really focused on the implications for press freedom here, and there has been this argument from the beginning that Assange himself isn't a journalist, that WikiLeaks isn't a media organization, and I have said from the beginning that all of that is a distraction, because what was in the original indictment are activities that journalists engage in every day and have to engage in every day. And now we will have this formal document in which Assange pleads guilty to having engaged in those kinds of activities, and the government's position is that he has served 5 years in prison for those activities. And I think that that is going to again have implications for journalism going forward, even if the case is essentially closed from Julian Assange's perspective and closed from the Biden administration's perspective.
So he pleads guilty of the crime of committing journalism, and that will have a negative residue.
Of course. I mean, journalists have to ask government officials for secrets. They need to be able to publish those secrets. That's what journalism is. If journalists were required to defer to the government on all factual questions relating to government activity, they wouldn't be journalists, they would be stenographers. You know, if we're going to have journalists do journalism, they need to be able to hold government officials to account. And this case from the beginning has been a threat to that, you know, to that role.
So finally, I mean, what would should the institutes like the one that you're representing and others who are actually fighting for press freedom do as a result of this outcome?
Yeah, I mean, I would be very interested to see the actual documents filed in court tomorrow, and you know, I want to think more carefully about the implications of this this agreement going forward. I mean, we may need stronger statutory protections. We certainly need stronger constitutional protections. You know, this question has been kept out of the courts, and I think that that's probably a good thing right now. But, you know, one consequence is that there is this gray area in American law that means that journalists who are engaged in important public interest journalism are doing it under the shadow of possible criminal liability. I think that's a terrible thing for not just the journalists themselves, but for the public's right to know as well.
Thank you so much, Jamal, for sharing your insight on this. And
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we are back here, and I'm with Chloe, and we were just watching the wonderful images of Julian landing on the ground. Chloe, what a moment.
Unbelievable moment, and actually watching you receive that news and your response to it, and how much this means to the people that have been with Julian since the very beginning, and those of us like me that have joined the campaign to fight for Julian. What that moment was to me is the world will never be the same again. Something shifted, and to see that hug with Stella, to see his fists in the air, it's just one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
It's truly an amazing moment, and we just heard from Roger Waters, and I was recalling when he was playing "Wish You Were Here" outside Priti Patel's office here in London. I will not go into any details on Priti Patel. Let's forget her. Let's forget the past struggle for the moment, and just enjoy that feeling that is flowing basically through our veins at the moment. At least that's how I feel. It's such a tremendous moment of joy to finally be there. And my God, and as Roger said, you know, that symbol of love and strength in love, because what Stella has been going through and the fight is that she's put up in this immense struggle. It's absolutely superhuman, and she deserves so much praise for that work she's done at fighting for her husband. It is just an unbelievable ending to this saga, to be finally at this moment, and what individuals that we have here for the future struggle. But of course, my God, I hope they need they take a deep breath, enjoy a break.
Yes, I mean, he could not have found himself a better life partner than Stella. He could not have found somebody that understood every detail of his case, from the legal to the political to the global to the journalistic to the human rights. Every single level of the situation against Julian, she understands in her blood. And I would extend that, Kristen, I would extend that to you and your commitment. And I'm sorry, I'm really emotional, but I would extend it to you and how you've operated over these past decade and a half, and the solidarity and the support and the direction from you. And Julian, despite in many respects having the worst treatment that any human could have, has got the greatest group of advocates on this planet. And I just pay absolute tribute to yourself, to Joseph Farrell, to Stella, to people in Valholland, to many other people I can't mention and cannot think of right now who have been there and have fought for Julian from morning till night and in between. And it's been the honor of my life to work in this campaign and to finish it on a high, which you just don't expect. You just don't expect that you get what you want. And I feel like this will bleed into every campaign that's currently in action around the world. This will give people the hope that they need to keep fighting. You can make the change that you need. And that's what Julian has done. And that's what you have done, and Stella and everybody else. It's quite phenomenal.
Well, thank you for the kind words, Chloe. But I mean, let's go out there. Let's go out there and tell people you can do it. You can move mountains. This is, we saw a mountain just being moved. You know, I will not, when I reflect back to my mind to 2019, I was discussing this with Stella this morning, when, I mean, the treatment of Julian in the mainstream media, the smearing, the absolute dehumanization that had taken place over the past those previous years was just it was astonishing. You almost lost faith in the human race. But I mean, there were always good people there, and they grew in numbers. And unfortunately, some have gone, and we need to have a remembrance of their role. Roger mentioned John Pilger, who has passed, a great man. Daniel Ellsberg was very supportive. Vivian Westwood, Gavin McFadden, they all played a huge role in it.
Yes.
And, you know, so many people who took part in this fight and understood the gravity of the situation, understood the importance, and had gone through so much that they knew that you could actually do something, and you had a duty. And from my perspective, if I allow myself to be personal, this has been a privilege to take part in this project. It was a privilege when I joined in 2010 in the most amazing, spectacular journalistic feats. I would never have dreamed as a journalist from a small country in the North Atlantic to end up in this whirlwind of first the tremendous stories, the collateral murder video, going to Baghdad, meet the victims there and the relatives of those who were killed, and through being part of this project of these huge stories, and then have to change sort of a role and go into the fight for the freedom of Julian. So it's been a roller coaster, but what a journey and what a privilege to be a part of it. I mean, that's the way I see it.
Yes.
And Chloe, thank you for all you've done. You know, we are stirred. We are stirred, aren't we?
Yes. It's a good day. It's a good day.
Yeah. Let's take a break. And let's reflect a little bit about the trip that started 6 o'clock London time, 6 in the afternoon, when it was takeoff from Stansted, next door to Taylor Swift's supporters, to this moment in Canberra. And after that, we're gonna hear from Stephen Donziger. So let's take a break now. Okay, we have a little technical problem with the imagery that we were going to show you from that journey that started on Monday here in London time, London 1800 BST, and it has been an even longer journey for Julian from Belmarsh prison, because that was a journey that started at 2 in the morning the night before Monday, when he was taken out of his cell in Belmarsh prison, locked up in a tiny box in a transport or cubicle in a transport vehicle, where he had to spend almost 4 hours, and escorted, driven to Stansted Airport in a bizarre overkill where 40 officers were involved in this prisoners transfer, which was a transfer for a man that was basically going to his freedom, and they had mobilized helicopters and what have you at the cost of the UK taxpayers, and there seems to be enough money to spend on that ridiculous spectacle, an unnecessary one. 1800 on Monday was the takeoff from Stansted, 6 p.m. and now we are here nearing midday in London. So it's been a long journey. So we have a guest, Stephen Donziger. Can you see me, and can you hear me?
I can see you and hear you. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Well, you've been following the events in the last minutes and maybe hours and days. I mean, it's an incredible chain of events that we're witnessing.
Just extraordinary. And first of all, congratulations to Julian and his family. I've had the great honor of getting to know Gabriel and Stella a bit, and others who have worked so hard on his campaign for freedom. And I honestly didn't know if this day would come, and I'm so happy it's here. And those of us on this side of the ocean who have worked on Julian's behalf are really just over the moon today. So we're thrilled. I don't know the latest news. It's really early in the morning here. Did Julian get to Australia yet?
We were just watching a live feed just minutes ago, well, maybe in the last 20 minutes ago, that when he landed, he walked off the plane, waved to the people there, raised his fist in victory, and then met Stella and embraced her. And it was such an emotional moment that I could hear sobbing on my end here among the people. It was really moving. So he is home. He is with Stella. He is with the family finally. So the moment has come, which is such a great step to have, and such a great ending to the saga that has so many dark sides. But today we're focusing on the victory, the good sides, the victory of goodness, the victory of all the people who are supportive, people like yourself, who understood the importance of this battle. We still have, of course, the lingering question. Then that now what? What is the implication? You're going through your battle as well. Tell me about it, and how. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I first of all, I'm just so happy for Julian. For those who don't know, I spent almost 3 years in detention in the United States, at home and in prison, after a judge charged me with criminal contempt of court for refusing to turn my computer over to Chevron, the Chevron oil company, because I was a lawyer for indigenous peoples in the Amazon, fighting Chevron over pollution. That's a long story for another day, but I'll say that I always related to Julian on a number of levels. I mean, one is his courage. He was really an inspiration to me for many years. And, while what I had to deal with really pales in comparison to what he had to deal with, the reality is we both had to deal with the system here in the United States that tries to crush people who are a little too successful at speaking truth to power. And that's really what it boils down to. What Julian and WikiLeaks did is they exposed some serious, misconduct, war crimes by the U.S. military, and the system tried to absolutely crush him. And, my work involved exposing an oil company's pollution, and a pro-corporate judge aligned with the oil company to have me locked up for no reason in a case condemned by the Working Group on Arbitrary Detention of the United Nations. So, kind of the reality right now is Julian pled to a felony count, I believe, but he now needs a pardon from President Biden.
Yeah.
A message needs to be sent to journalists that you can do your job in a world, in a rule of law, a purportedly rule of law country, where you are allowed to work with whistleblowers and expose government corruption. By the way, I'm also seeking a pardon from President Biden right now for my criminal misdemeanor conviction, centered around my refusal to give Chevron my confidential case file in a case that we're still fighting. So, I would say that this is a huge step forward for Julian. I think President Biden has a lot more work to do to make it right.
I totally agree. I totally agree, and I think that the fight needs now to start, like your fight, for the pardoning of Julian, a full cleaning of the slate. It's such a ridiculous outcome, and commentators have been pointing out to this fact that in this plea deal, I mean, you have for the first time in the United States history a court process where it's criminalization of journalism. It is. This document is talking about journalism. He's guilty of asking for information. He's guilty of possessing information and publishing the information to the general public. There is no nuances here. There is no talk about hacking or harm. It is absolutely accepted, and it was accepted by the judge who actually mentioned that as a very important feature when she was processing this plea deal in the courts in the Northern Mariana Islands, that it was a confirmation. Nobody has been harmed. So why paying the price for this work that Julian did? What a price! So, but for the first time, you now have this. Maybe not a legal precedent per se for future persecution or prosecution. In Julian's case, it's the same thing, but a latent precedent that could surface again, and that needs to go away. We cannot have that, and I hope you agree. In America, that precedent that. You have a court-stamped sentencing to imprisonment 5 years, which Julian has served for doing journalism. That is unacceptable. Do you agree?
Totally agree. And, go back to the Obama presidency. President Obama refused to push this case.
Yeah.
And there was a huge constituency in what I would call the national security apparatus of the U.S. government, the Pentagon, the CIA, that wanted to go after Julian, and Obama resisted that. Trump, Biden did not. So this is an incredibly dangerous precedent. I will say that I'm so happy Julian is now home, but we have to recognize, as Julian does and his lawyers do, that this is a real problem. And it's designed to send a message to journalists who expose government wrongdoing, corruption, and criminality. That's what this is designed to do, this plea. So, again, that needs to be fixed. And I think the campaign to free Julian is now very appropriately going to transition to a campaign to solve this problem now, this new problem that comes out of his freedom, which is this, wholesale criminalization of journalism. I mean, the problem of trying to criminalize journalists or lawyers, as in my case, is an increasing problem in the United States and across the world. You know, we've seen this in a lot of countries. It's still, maybe I'm naive, it still shocks me to see it in the United States to the degree that we're seeing it right now. You know, Julian's case is a leading example. My case is another big example, but we're seeing it with a lot of cases involving climate activists in the United States right now, where people are being sent to prison for long periods of time for committing acts of peaceful civil disobedience against the fossil fuel industry. We're seeing, you know, activists like in Atlanta, the Cop City protesters are being charged under the RICO statute as racketeers in an attempt to criminalize First Amendment protected protests. That's a case against people protesting a new police training facility in Atlanta, in the state of Georgia, in the United States. So we're seeing this model of criminalization intensify. And I think Julian's case, in many respects, was the impetus for some of this that is now applying to other people. So the other point I'd mention is not only does the plea deal that freed Julian really represent a wholesale attack on traditional journalism, it also is a model to go after protesters, activists who challenge the power structure. It's really become part of a wave by the establishment, be it the government or corporate America, to try to criminalize protest as a way to protect themselves.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So I mean, as you mentioned, the obvious intent of the administration, the powers here, is to send a message to journalists that we can make life hell for you if we don't like your journalism. And of course, in essence, Julian pled guilty of the crime to commit journalism, so to speak. But we need to send a countermeasure to journalists. You don't want to have this hanging over your head.
No.
You don't want that example, and you have to resist, and you have to have a courage to actually come together and put aside any difference you have, because this is I'm not saying maybe an existential threat, but it would have been if Julian had been transported to the Eastern District of Virginia and faced trial for all the indictment that they were throwing at him originally with 175 years. But still, this lingers on. This is a threat to your ability to do your job and your commitment to serve the public in your capacity as a journalist. Don't you agree? They need to understand now. We need to fight for that understanding.
Yes, I think that's totally true. And what I'll say on that point, it's critically important that the leading press organizations in the United States in particular start speaking out right now about the point you're making. You know, the New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, Los Angeles Times, and many of these papers published the materials that WikiLeaks found and released that expose U.S. military wrongdoing in Iraq and other types of wrongdoing. Where are they? They need to really speak up and unite and demand that President Biden issue a full pardon. You know, this can't be a half measure. The half measure was to get Julian home to his family. Okay. The full measure is to correct this injustice such that journalism can be protected fully. Okay. Right now, there is this lingering, hovering threat to journalists who do their jobs to expose government wrongdoing as a result of this plea agreement. Again, that needs to be fixed, and it can only be fixed right now by the President of the United States. And I think it would behoove him to do it soon, like now, prior to the November election. I think people are hungering for this. I think it'll show the world, you know, his own constituents in the United States, but also the world, that this is a priority, that freedom, free press, free speech is a priority for this administration. So, you know, it's in the news now, and I think President Biden must act now. And by the way, while he's at it, he should pardon me too.
I totally agree, Stephen. I mean, I totally agree. There's been a tendency among journalists to sort of shy away from admitting that Julian actually is a part of the club, that he is somehow different, that there was, there's some allegation of hacking, and he's not a real journalist and all that. Actually, the plea agreement, and as it's laid out and signed by the highest authorities in the Department of Justice, actually has taken that away, because not only is there admittance that there is in the restitution chapter of this plea agreement in black and white, as of the day of the plea agreement, the United States has not identified any victim qualifying for individual restitution, and thus is not requesting an order of restitution. No harm. And secondly, no mention of computer violation, no mention of hacking. It didn't take place. It was bogus the entire time. This is a document, a plea to commit journalism. So it's on you now. We have to say that to journalists. It's on you now to fight for this to be cleaned out. And,
I mean, I would, couple of points. I mean, I would argue that plea agreement that Julian agreed to is really an exoneration of everything Julian and the Free Assange campaign has been saying for years and years and years. I mean, it's an admission by the government that the allegations against him, really the false narrative, it was a false narrative the U.S. government was putting out for years, is exposed. It's crazy, right? I mean, they get him to sign a plea deal, but in the plea deal, they expose their own misconduct. And I think that's a really important way to look at this plea deal. It's not an admission of guilt by Julian. It's a ticket to get back to his family, and an admission by the U.S. government that their allegations against Julian for years that kept him in the most horrendous conditions for 12 years, conditions of confinement, 5 years in Belmarsh, were just simply fraudulent. And, their propaganda campaign against Julian was, you can't argue, it was effective to some degree, because people, at least in this country, tend to believe the government. I mean, a lot of people just believe the government when they say something about a person, or the system says something about a person. I felt it myself. Like, I feel like I'm a really good person. But when Chevron went after me and the judge went after me, it harmed my reputation, and I couldn't stop it, except by speaking out, like Julian and his allies and his supporters have spoken out. So, I would argue that plea deal is an admission of wrongdoing by the U.S. government. That's really what that plea deal is. And by the way, for those who want to learn more about this, I always have to put in a plug for my friend Nils Meltzer, who wrote the astoundingly fabulous book called The Trial of Julian Assange. Nils, for those who don't know, is a human rights lawyer, was the former UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, who didn't know Julian, and started to investigate the case and ended up writing a book about it that explains the entire case from top to bottom, start to finish, against Julian, that explains that the U.S. government was really concocting, manufacturing allegations to punish him, not for any criminality, but for engaging in traditional award-winning journalism that exposed government wrongdoing. So people who want to learn more about this, I encourage them to buy the book, The Trial of Julian Assange by Nils Meltzer. By the way, it's an astoundingly interesting book. Obviously not just about Julian's case, but as a way to understand how the U.S. government and its allies, including the Australian government at the time, worked together to try to criminalize journalism, criminalize Julian, because he embarrassed the U.S. government and exposed war crimes committed by the U.S. military in Iraq.
Absolutely right, Stephen. I really thank you for being on this live stream in this happy moment. And you're absolutely right. The fight continues. And let's start now the fight for the pardon of Julian Assange and you. Thank you so much, Stephen.
And by the way, let me throw one more name, Leonard Peltier, who's been in prison almost 50 years, great indigenous rights leader in the United States, who's terrible health problems. He's being punished for a crime he did not commit, and he also deserves a pardon. And I'm urging President Biden to pardon Julian, pardon Stephen Donziger, pardon Leonard Peltier, and I could probably send a list of a few more names too if he's interested. But today is a day to celebrate
Indeed.
Julian's freedom. So thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephen. And we are now going to continue the live streaming until we wait for the signal to come from a press conference, I hope, in Canberra, where we'll hear from people who are traveling on this journey, and from Stella and from others. But in the meantime, let's go to Glenn Greenwald in Rio de Janeiro. Glenn Greenwald, a renowned journalist. I spoke to him earlier. He's been following this case for a long time, and actually for almost 16 or 17 years. Let's now go over to Glenn Greenwald in Rio in Brazil. Glenn, thanks for being with us on this happy occasion. I would say, from my personal perspective, that Julian is now on his way to Australia. You have been following the story from for many, many years. You know the details of it. What are your thoughts now when Julian is now taking his final leg to freedom and will walk as a free man on Australian soil?
Yeah, I think the first time I wrote about Julian was back in 2008. I interviewed him at the time. That was obviously 2 years even before the Iraq and Afghanistan war logs publication. And I remember writing that article describing why Julian was a prescient pioneer and actually heroic in terms of the project he was creating. So I feel like I saw that value from the beginning and have never stopped not only seeing it, but supporting it. And of course, I've developed a personal friendship with Julian, personal feelings for him and immense respect for him and Stella. And, just as a personal matter, as a human level, it's so fulfilling and gratifying to see him actually walk outside of that prison. I think a lot of us who were hoping for it for so long didn't believe it would actually come true. And now to see it, it still almost doesn't feel real. I think, though, that beyond the human aspect of it and the happiness that you suggested, you're feeling on that end that I think I'm sharing as well, it's a little bit bittersweet, in part because he did effectively end up losing 14 or 15 years of his life in effective captivity, the worst of which was the last 5 years when he was actually in a high security prison that the BBC calls Guantanamo, the British Guantanamo. And all this time, he had never been convicted of a single crime other than a misdemeanor of bail jumping, which they claimed he committed when he sought his legal right of asylum in Ecuador and didn't show up in court, gave him a 51-week sentence that he's obviously served years ago. And so to remember that he's been in effective detention for 15 years for the crime of doing journalism, it's aged as well. And then on top of that, what the U.S. government did so vindictively in forcing him to plead guilty to one count, even though had they just dropped the case, it would have been exactly the same thing because he's obviously walking out that same day, I think is extremely disturbing, because what they were, of course, worried about is that they would be perceived as admitting that Julian's imprisonment all these years was wrongful, but that also it would, in a sense, send a signal in the future to would-be whistleblowers or publishers that have done what Julian did, that even the U.S. government acknowledges that there's no criminal liability. And that, I think, is the thing that concerns or should concern people who care about press freedom the most, is what will the U.S. government try and exploit or extract as a message of precedent. There's no legal precedent to the plea bargain, but there can be cultural or political influences on how the Justice Department treats future cases, on the message that is sent to other people who would want to confront the U.S. security state and blow the whistle on their secret crimes. So all of these things, I think, are things we have to try and understand and process. Obviously, they're complex questions. Can't really fully analyze them in less than 24 hours since hearing the news. We haven't seen the plea bargain, the plea agreement yet. All those things are very important to understand the details of. But in general, the two impressions I have are extreme happiness that the saga has finally ended, that Julian's reunited with his wife and children, that he's a free man on his way back, presumably to Australia. And then number two, it was and it remains the worst attack on press freedom in the West in many decades.
I mean, it's been extraordinary to be a part of this, and the sort of vindictive persistence in just harming Julian, as it feels. I mean, the resistance to give in, and it's almost like you could sense that there were forces on the political level in the U.S. that surely wanted, and we know that, surely wanted this to go away, because it was an uncomfortable, especially for the Biden administration, uncomfortable scenario to have Julian in the situation. So what drives this? What forces are driving this sort of vindictive crusade against Julian, just to let him pay a very heavy price for committing the crime of journalism?
Yeah, well, I don't want to rush and skip over that first part of your question, that premise there, because for me, one of the most repulsive parts of this entire event is that it was always clear to me that the U.S. government had no interest in bringing Julian to the U.S. to stand trial. I've said this repeatedly, that it was almost impossible to imagine, especially, say, Joe Biden, bringing Julian to the Eastern District of Virginia, having this incredible circus around that attempt to extradite and then prosecute him, but also the danger of putting him on the stand, the things that he might say, the things they would have to disclose to him and his defense team. But most of all, the spectacle that Joe Biden would be the first American president in history to preside over the attempt to imprison not a leaker of information inside the government, but a publisher of information, someone who received it, like the New York Times and the Washington Post and the Guardian do every day. But this would be the first time that anyone in that capacity would go to prison for it. And so you had this attempt on the one hand to pretend that they wanted to extradite Julian because they knew that would result in his imprisonment for as long as they possibly could keep him in prison, but never really the intention to actually extradite him and bring him here, because nothing could ever be in their interest. And on top of that, they would have risked that a court would have ruled that, in fact, everything Julian Assange was accused of doing was constitutionally protected and did not constitute a crime and could never constitute a crime. They were petrified of that kind of precedent that would be devastating to them. So this is one of the most rotted parts of everything that happened, was he was in prison because of a fraud that the U.S. government was pretending to want to bring him to the U.S. when in fact they had no intention to do so. Now, as far as the broader implications are concerned, the most important part of this to me has always been that the theory that they use, that the Trump administration used to indict Julian, is a theory that by its very nature is designed to criminalize all investigative journalism. And I think one of the things that has been forgotten is, I remember I wrote an article, an op-ed in the Washington Post when the indictment was published, explaining why the conduct they were accusing him of engaging in, encouraging his source to avoid detection, encouraging his source to provide more information, is something that investigative journalists do every single day. And if that's a crime, you could charge any investigative journalist with the crime. And I wrote that article about a month or two before I was contacted by a source in Brazil that enabled me to do, very consequential reporting. And at the end of that, the Brazilian government also tried to prosecute me. I was indicted as well, using a theory almost identical to the one that the U.S. government had used for Julian. And through a lot of luck and happenstance, I ended up with the Supreme Court protecting me and saying I couldn't be prosecuted under that theory because it was an attack on free press. But it showed how all journalists, meaning real journalists, like journalists who don't carry a message of a government, but who investigate it and scrutinize it and expose the secrets that they want to keep concealed, those kind of journalists, real journalists, all of them would be endangered by the theory that the indictment was based on.
When we have a chance to actually scrutinize the plea document, it screams out to you that, these sentences that they are referring to, and we've seen this before, which is supposed to be sort of underscoring and proving proving the malign intention of the journalists getting the source to break the law. And the most infamous one is the one line from Julian, quote unquote, curious eyes never run dry in my experience. And so that's a crime. So it's a crime if you're a journalist, basically, if your source says, you know, I think I'm giving you everything I can. And said, are you sure you can't? There's nothing more? And voila, you're guilty. You know, you could end up in jail. You know, it's almost surreal to imagine.
Well, there are two aspects to that. If I can just interject, because I think it's the most important part. One is the one aspect was that they were accusing him of trying to help his source evade detection, kind of orienting her and counseling her about things she should do and shouldn't do to avoid leaving tracks, and that somehow he became a co-conspirator with her by giving her that advice. That's exactly the theory the Brazilian government tried to use to prosecute me, that when I oriented my sources about how to avoid detection, that made me part of the conspiracy. And then the other aspect, which was also part of my indictment, that they based the indictment of Julian on, was exactly what you just said, that there was an encouragement to say, oh, this is really great, this information you brought me. Could you maybe get this and this and this? Yeah. And I can tell you there's, first of all, if you go to the front page of the New York Times or the Washington Post or any major media outlet, they now have instructions for sources who want to leak classified information, telling them how not to get caught. And if a source called you on your phone and said, hey, I'm a source and I want to give you information, the first thing any ethical journalist would do is say, don't call me on an open phone, use Signal or use encryption or whatever. You would help the person not to get caught. But the other thing is, I don't know of a single journalist in the world who would have a source come to them and be given information who wouldn't say, oh, could you maybe also get this to strengthen the story? Is there a way you could get this to shed light on this? This is the basic stuff of investigative journalism, which this indictment attempted to criminalize.
Yeah, and it's still that's an element that will still linger on because that's in the indictment. Of course, all the allegation of this baseless hacking charge is gone, and there's no trace of that. Well, they call it hacking charge. It actually wasn't even alleged hacking, but conspiracy to commit hacking. So. It's just bizarre, and all these elements were torn apart in the extradition proceedings in London, in the London courtrooms, and it got way too little attention. How little by little it was dissected and exposed by former Pentagon computer experts, etc. That there was nothing there. And if, from my perspective, I mean, I'm so discouraged by the fact that it didn't get more attention. So which brings me maybe to that question overall. Why did our colleagues not pay more attention to this very important case for their interest?
Right. So I do want to address the media attitude toward the Assange prosecution, but you asked me a question that I didn't really answer, that I just thought of, that I want to just address quickly because it's also so important. You asked me, what was the motive in trying to be so vindictive in Julian's case? If you look back at people who have leaked classified information, who the U.S. security state hated, people like Daniel Ellsberg, who they tried to put in prison for life, Chelsea Manning, who they tortured and kept in very harsh prison conditions for almost a decade, and were angry at President Obama for commuting her sentence. Obviously, Edward Snowden, who can't come back to the United States, and if he stepped one foot outside Russia, he'd immediately go to a U.S. dungeon. And also with Julian, all of these people, by the time they were trying to destroy them, had lost their access to classified information. Obviously, they had no more ability to do anything that the U.S. government regarded as harmful. They had no more ability to spill secrets. So the question was, why were they so obsessed with destroying their lives? And the reason is because the U.S. security state has a vulnerability that Julian, I think, was the first person to really identify, which is one of the things that makes him so pioneering, which is that the one thing they cannot prevent, they build this wall of secrecy around them, but the one thing they can't prevent are people inside their own agencies concluding that what they're doing is so wrong that these people feel a conscious driven need to risk their own security in their lives to leak it. And in the digital age, it's easier than ever to simply transport huge amounts of information from these agencies in a very short amount of time. And so what they're obsessed with doing, knowing they can't stop that, is to try and scare every future Edward Snowden, Daniel Ellsberg, Chelsea Manning, Julian Assange, people who would expose the secret crimes of the US government. And it's very important to them to send the message, if you do that, look at how we will destroy your life forever. We will do whatever we can to make sure that you have no heroes welcome, that you never walk free. Obviously, Daniel Ellsberg escaped that. He almost went to prison only because of government misconduct, but that's their motive for sure. And then the issue of the media, it's really interesting, Christian, because when Julian first and WikiLeaks did its first leak that really put them on the media map in 2010, there was a fair amount of media support for them. One of the things Julian, of course, did was partner with the New York Times and the Guardian and multiple other media outlets around the world to kind of make it that the media, the corporate media, was part of that process. And then even once there was an attempt to prosecute him, there was a lot of support for Julian on the liberal left in the West. A lot of Western liberals, Western leftists were highly supportive of Julian Assange. And there was a lot of media support for him too. What changed, and it's by far the biggest factor that changed, was the perception that in 2016, the reporting Julian did of fully authentic and genuine documents helped somehow Hillary Clinton lose and Donald Trump win because the documents reflected poorly on Hillary Clinton. And that was the one thing they could not forgive. That was by the point when there was all this hysteria about Russia. And in their minds, Julian not only was responsible in large part for Hillary's defeat and Trump's victory, but also had in their minds became what everyone who becomes they disagree with, which is an agent of the Kremlin or a Russian asset or whatever. And from that point on, Julian became a political prisoner. They wanted him in prison because, not because of anything that he did in 2010, but because of what he did in the 2016 election, doing reporting that reflected negatively on Hillary Clinton. And it was at that point that the media decided that they were happy to see him wasting away in prison. And I think there's also obviously a major perception that there are certain journalists who are real journalists and who are the inside people who work for large corporate outlets. And then there are people who aren't part of their club, independent journalists like Julian, who they had no problem trying to write out of journalism and to say, well, yeah, of course, we're happy if he's prosecuted, but we would never want, and we don't believe we'll ever see, this precedent being applied to one of us. And that was absolutely part of what made the US media either entirely indifferent or even supportive of Julian's prosecution. Of course, occasionally you had some people objecting to Julian's indictment, but that was usually only because it was the Trump administration that did it and they got to use that Trump angle. But once it was the Biden administration responsible for this last 4 years of Julian's wasting away in prison, very, very little attention was paid to it because there was no partisan angle they could extract from it. And I think they were happy more or less to see Julian wasting away in a dungeon, which is to their internal disgrace.
Yeah, it has been remarkable. I've had this discussion with so many journalists about this 2016, which I was not a part of. Was not part of the organization for that period of time. When you ask people, so what is a journalist supposed to do just before a very important election when he gets information about that is obviously in the public interest to publish? What are you suggesting? Well, and people actually will suggest, well, they should wait and not interrupt the process. And I would say, well, how do you see your role then in the as this base in the democratic process? And what is your role? Isn't it to inform the public about the choices? I mean, you are basically taking a decision to corrupt the process if you decide to sit on information that could be valuable for the people to make up their minds about the choices they have. And people always, then that sort of the partisan element sort of comes in there, and people, journalists will sort of reluctantly admit that, well, Yeah, well, but still, it's just amazing, and it just doesn't cease to amaze me. People just how people can square that, you know.
Yeah, and the critique of Julian was a complete abandonment of the core values of journalism as it was understood for decades. In so many ways, in the age of Trump, they were willing to do that. I mean, one of the core principles of journalism is that if you have a source that gives you authentic documents in the public interest, you don't care about the source, you don't care where they got it from or how they got it, you don't care what their motives are. Your only job as a journalist is to ask two questions. Are these documents authentic? Are they in the public interest to publish? And if the answer is yes, you publish them. And I'll just give you one quick example to show the disgusting hypocrisy they used against Julian, which was in 2015, the New York Times received by mail copies of Donald Trump's tax returns. They had no idea who put it in the mailbox, obviously had no idea who the source was. They don't know if the source broke the law, as is likely to get those tax returns, nor did they know the source's motive. And yet, once they authenticated it, they published it anyway. And NPR asked the New York Times reporter, why would you publish documents when you have no idea who the source is or what their motives are? And the journalist who's won 2 Pulitzers, David Barstow, explained, as a journalist, we don't care who our sources are. Some of the best sources have the worst motives. So I think there was this idea that it's not that Julian shouldn't have published those documents because it was during an election, more so that because it came from hacking, allegedly, or that because it was a foreign government providing those documents, that meant that Julian shouldn't have published them. Now, obviously, if let's say the Venezuelan government or the Iranian government had hacked harmful information about Trump and then handed that to media outlets, every single one of them would have published the harmful information about Trump, even though it might have come from Iran or Venezuela or hacking or whatever. That's always been the core value of journalism, but they completely abandoned it in the case of Trump and especially in the case of Julian.
You talked earlier about whistleblowers, and I mean the idea that you have to send a warning signal that you know, if you will pay a price, and it's so incredibly contrary to, for example, you could still find the when Obama was running for office the first time, he was actually campaigning on supporting whistleblowers and create a base. We need whistleblowers, he said, you know. And then, of course, he turned out to be the president with the honor of sitting over an administration that overused the espionage against whistleblower more than all other presidents combined. You know, it was just ironic. But what do you think will be the long-term effect on whistleblowers? I mean, I'm always amazed how principled people are. We talk about motives. Yes, they can be motives, but that are spurious. But I'm always amazed that people will take this risk, that are driven from this internal desire to do right and to correct wrong. Do you fear that that this era is over, or will they keep coming?
I think the goal of the U.S. security state in trying to crush Julian was to bring it to an end. And I don't worry that it will work, because if you look at all of human history, it is driven by people who were so impassioned and impelled by a certain cause that they believed was right, that they've always been willing to sacrifice their own interest, their own liberty, even their own life in defense of that principle. And although that's rare for people to do, and that's why we celebrate it when it happens as heroic and as noble, precisely because it's rare. Most human beings are self-interested and don't prioritize anything above their self-interest. But the ones who do, the ones who place some kind of cause or injustice or fighting for a principle above their own self-interest, those people have existed in history for all of recorded history, and I think will always continue to. There are just certain people who, based on the culture, how their personality is constructed, when they confront a certain injustice, they feel so compelled to combat it. I mean, one of the things I heard from Ellsberg and from Julian and Snowden and Chelsea Manning all in common was that they understood the acts that they were undertaking could result in their life imprisonment or their death. And I remember Snowden always emphasizing in particular, saying that the pain and shame that he would have to live with his entire life of knowing he had the opportunity to expose all of this wrongdoing, but because of cowardice, he failed to. The pain of knowing that about himself would be far worse than anything that they could do to him, including putting him in prison or killing him. And I really believe that's what motivated him. I believe that's what motivated Julian. Of course, Julian understood the risk very, very well, and other people as well. So it's a human attribute that appears, thankfully, throughout history in different cultures and different eras. And I don't think the U.S. government will have the ability to crush it completely.
Yeah, well, that's encouraging. Let's really hope so. Julian has paid a big price for being principled. I've been encouraging for a long time to seek this avenue, and I can say here that he resisted. But and I'm certain. Well, especially after the outcome in our court proceedings in London in May, that he would eventually have been able to quash this extradition. But the process could have taken up to 5 years. If you think about appeal process, if the American DOJ would be pushing hard, it would have been ended possibly in the European Court of Human Rights. It takes years and years and years. It would have been so prolonged. There are people that are criticizing Julian for taking this decision. What do you say to them?
I'm sorry. Unless somebody has done what Julian has done, has taken the risk he's taken, has deliberately subjected themselves to the huge costs and risks that Julian did, there is nobody who has any kind of standing to question or object to Julian's decision to rejoin his wife and family. He has children for whom he's responsible. He has suffered enormously. I mean, this was not a joke of a prison that he was in. As you know, it was a maximum security prison. He was in his cell 23 hours a day, a 3x2 meter cell. He, even before that, those 8 or 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy were themselves full of all kinds of deprivation. And anybody who wants to stand up and question or complain about Julian's decision, before I'm willing to hear a word that they have to say in that regard, needs to demonstrate to me that they themselves have done what they're demanding Julian do, before I think they have any credit. It's very easy to demand other people sacrifice more of their life and take greater risks, when you yourself have never demonstrated a willingness to do that.
So true. And now we can celebrate that Julian is on his way to freedom, and finally, and let's hope he has a time to recuperate and get his life back. It was so good to talk to you, Glenn. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, it's so great to share this day with you. I know you've been at this for a long time, obviously been crucial to WikiLeaks and to Julian. So I'm very happy for you and everyone over at WikiLeaks as well. And I appreciate you asking me to talk to you.
Thank you much. Thank you much.
All right. Have a good day.
You too.
Yes.
Welcome back to the makeshift studio we have here in London. We have been live streaming since this morning. We have now reason to believe that in a few minutes a press conference is going to take place in Australia, in Canberra, marking the return of Julian to his home country. We are sitting here in the and waiting. Chloe and Matthew Ho. It's going to be a moment when we don't even know who is going to be on the press conference.
No, this is all happening incredibly fast and very excitingly. But yes, we are watching with you guys at home. So it's all incredibly overwhelming. And what an amazing morning we've had, Kristen. The people that have come on to speak, the supporters, it's phenomenal, and been absolutely fascinating.
Matthew, how was the feeling on your side? Anticipation, Have you been able to see what the media is reporting?
I was able to watch the video of Julian coming across the tarmac there, and that kiss with Stella, which is just going to be so iconic for us going forward. I think that moment we watched, he walks then towards the building and his fist is raised. These are the moments that are going to keep us going, because even as we celebrate Julian's release, his return to his family, this freedom today, we all know what we're up against. And we all know that this is just really the opening chapters of this war on speech, this desire for censorship and control that we're just going to be up against. But these moments today were just iconic for us, and to be able to witness this. And this gets back to the whole point of WikiLeaks, right? Why this was started in 2006, to provide this information to people, to let people know what's going on in the world. And right now, what's going on in the world is Julian Assange is a free man, and he's with his family.
It's incredible, Matthew, isn't it? And I reflect on us meeting in May at the hearing where it felt like everything was beginning to shift. And I feel, even being with you there outside that court, and it was a, long and intense day for you, I think, in particular, doing as many interviews as you did. But I think we could tell then, I certainly felt it in our interview, that something was shifting, that things were changing, and we might be in reach of some justice. And what an incredible month that has been for us all.
Yeah, the speed of this, but even going back to that day in May, just a month ago, as you're describing, Chloe, most of us that morning were despondent, right? We weren't we had hope, because we're not going to give up on Julian, we're not going to give up on Stella and the boys, we're not going to give up on our need to protect our freedoms. But still, one unjust action after another for so many years against Julian, I think last month, that's what we're expecting. And the change that occurred in all of us that day, when the court said, yes, we will allow an appeal hearing, that change this past month, observing this campaign to free Julian, I've not seen anything like it. And then, of course, these last couple days, where we all have our stories, and I think we're all going to go to our graves remembering where we were when we heard Julian Assange was going to be a free man. And yes. But the speed, right? So from the time that occurred roughly 36 hours ago, am I doing the math right? To now is just, it's just overwhelming.
Unbelievable.
For the press conference to start in Canberra, at a hotel in Canberra. I don't know the location, whether it's, I assume it's short distance from the airport in the capital of Australia. There's a huge anticipation for it. I think ABC was reporting that this was, Chloe, like a Queen's visit or a Taylor Swift moment.
Yes, it's either like the Queen visiting or Taylor Swift. And there is some surreal connection between Taylor Swift throughout this journey for Julian. So I think maybe I'm going to have to send him a Taylor Swift album. Nice. But very, very interesting. So yes, it's huge. Obviously, the anticipation and excitement. I think in Australia, as Kristen, we discussed earlier, the public opinion on Julian is so wildly in favor of his return that this is really, their boy is coming home. And I think everybody on the ground feels that way. And what a beautiful moment we witnessed earlier. Really, really beautiful.
I gotta throw one thing in here, because I anticipated, and I think we all of us in the campaign, that the Department of Justice, the administration, the DOJ would try to spin this as some kind of victory. And they did. They did actually send out a press release, a dull one, who was actually, it incorporated things that people noticed right away, who were actually in the legal team, was factually incorrect. So it was so dishonest. So they were adding things in there that wasn't there. So that's kind of amazing. But from what I've seen, it falls on muted ears. I mean, nobody sees this as any victory. It's a full victory for Julian Assange.
That's right. Yes, and as it should be, of course.
Of course.
And I think we've been following it from the American government for a long time, and again, in specific relation to me, to the wording of the May 20th hearing, the seeking to reply, the themselves backing themselves into a corner of which they could never emerge. And so now they will say they're angry little snipes and they're trying to justify their bizarre and Kafkaesque behavior. But actually that will be drowned out, I think, by just the global sense of justice in this case.
Matt, I was discussing with Stephen Donziger just earlier, who is himself, of course, fighting for a pardon in his case, an environmental case where he was representing the indigenous people in the Amazon against Chevron, the oil giant. And he said immediately now we need to start the campaign to get Julian pardoned, to actually just clean this off his slate. Can you tell me, have you noticed in this early morning and maybe yesterday, what is the reaction? Does it fall in the US along political lines, or give me a sort of sense of your perspective of what you take away from the media and their reporting on this historic event?
Well, we've seen a change over the last several years in terms of the public's understanding of what's occurring here, what has been occurring, what the government has been trying to do to Julian Assange. And so support for Julian Assange has grown throughout the US. And whereas, say, 7 or 8 years ago, if you wore a Free Assange t-shirt, most people wouldn't know what you're talking about. And in the last couple of years, that has the rapidity in so many of these things we're talking about changed so quickly, to the point where I'm walking my dogs, my Free Assange t-shirt. I always have a couple people say something to me, and almost always supportive and positive. And, because I think what this story is this story confirms what people understand about our governments. It confirms what they understand about corporate media, about the mainstream media. Yesterday I was in a coffee shop in the morning, and a group of men were talking about Julian Assange, and they were all supportive. And one of them brought up the bogus and fraudulent sexual assault charges and that whole ploy. And all the men were in agreement, because they know this is what governments do. And this is why we need people like Julian Assange, why we need organizations like WikiLeaks, because they are what we rely upon to be informed of what our governments are actually doing. And today in the media, yesterday in the media here in the US, the corporate media, it's what you should expect from the corporate media as they talk about the story. They're speaking about it in ways that are no different than before. And that's what to expect from them to come. So, I still get upset when I read CNN and their headlines, and let alone their article itself is just so biased, and they're interviewing the same people who have been not just wrong about this, but on an agenda, and that's just part of what this all is, and that's part of what WikiLeaks and Julian Assange have been fighting against.
But isn't it incredible that the mainstream media should be getting commentary, for example, on national security issues, or WikiLeaks, from people like James Clapper, from people who are at the heads of the secretive industry.
Right.
I'm not going to throw in the deep state, but why not? But I mean, they are now being brought in the mainstream media as reliable commentator. People that even have been known to commit perjury in a Senate hearing. Isn't that extraordinary that you would actually just take those people as commentators on current affairs?
But it makes sense, right? It makes sense. This is why we shouldn't get upset with the mainstream media. We should act against it, and we should help to build independent media out and continue the path we're on with that. But and I understand that we are now going to go to the press conference.
Matt, well, let's put this on hold. We now have. We're told that the press conference is about to start. Let's listen.
Good evening, everyone. We are absolutely delighted to be home. It's a very emotional return home to Australia. It was a very long journey home to Australia. It started 2 days ago. Julian was released from bail in the UK early on Monday morning UK time. We had to spend 12 hours in Stansted Airport before the flight to Bangkok. Another 8 or 9 hours in Bangkok before we flew to Saipan, where Julian entered his plea. We are absolutely delighted, after a very long and complex negotiation with the US government, that we've reached this plea deal that enabled him to come home to Australia. That he will spend no time in prison. The terms of the plea deal are, unfortunately, that he, in order to achieve his freedom and to leave the high security prison in Belmarsh, he had to choose to plead guilty to commit espionage, of US war crimes, human rights abuse. In order to win his freedom, Julian pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit espionage for publishing evidence of US war crimes, human rights abuse, and US wrongdoing around the world. This is journalism. This is the criminalisation of journalism. And while the plea deal does not set a judicial precedent, it's not a court decision, the prosecution itself sets a precedent that can be used against the rest of the media. It's important that journalists all around the world understand the dangerous precedent that this prosecution has set. An award-winning Australian journalist who's been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize for these publications has spent more than 5 years in a high-security prison because of this extradition request from the United States. We are absolutely thrilled that Julian is now home in Australia. I can say when we landed here in Australia, I became very emotional the moment we landed, and the Prime Minister was the first person to get on the phone to speak to Julian. Julian thanked him and the team and told the Prime Minister that he had saved his life. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Prime Minister Albanese, for his principled leadership, the statesmanship and diplomacy that he showed in leading the effort to bring Julian home to Australia. It was as opposition leader that he said enough is enough, that there was nothing to be served by Julian's ongoing incarceration. As Prime Minister, he kept his word. He raised it at the highest level at every single opportunity. He has continued to ask the US to bring this to an end, and his efforts completely changed the situation for Julian and enabled our negotiations with the US government that allowed us to reach this outcome. I also want to thank our ambassador to the US, Kevin Rudd, our former Prime Minister, whose relentless efforts in Washington, working together closely with us, with myself and my co-counsel Barry Pollock, completely changed our relationship with the US and completely changed the negotiations. Without his efforts and his adept diplomacy, we would not be in the position we are today, and Julian would not be home. I also want to thank Stephen Smith, our High Commissioner in London, who worked tirelessly, and the team at DFAT, the consular staff who really facilitated our trip home and were incredibly kind to Julian along the way. This is a huge win for Australia and for Australian democracy. This is a huge win for free speech. This is a huge win for Australia that our Prime Minister stood up to our ally, the United States, and demanded the return of an Australian citizen. And that Julian came home today is the product of 14 long years of legal battles, political advocacy, and ongoing campaigning, not just by us, but by so many people in this community. A global movement was created around Julian and the need to protect free speech, and it's that global movement that has led to his release today. I really want to thank everyone who has joined us in this fight, who have supported us along the way, because without that support and the campaigning that's been done, we just wouldn't be in this position. Julian is incredibly grateful for the support that he's had from the Australian government and from the public here in Australia, and we're delighted that he's home. He's finally home. I'm going to invite I'm happy, we might take questions, I might just take questions at the end if that's okay, but I'd like to invite my US co-counsel Barry Pollock to come and address you about the plea deal.
Good evening. Earlier this evening, earlier today in a courthouse in Saipan, we had a hearing that brought to a close a prosecution that never should have been brought. Julian Assange has, for so many years, sacrificed for freedom of speech and freedom of the press. He's sacrificed his own freedom. And finally today that tragic situation ended, and we are all grateful that Julian is back home in Australia where he belongs, back with Stella, back with his children, reunited with his father. It is unprecedented in the United States to use the Espionage Act to criminally prosecute a journalist or a publisher. It's in more than a 100-year history of that law, it has never been used in this fashion. It is certainly our hope that it will never again be used in this fashion. Julian spent years in Belmarsh. No one should spend a day in prison for giving the public newsworthy and important information. In this case, information that the United States government had committed war crimes, that there were civilian casualties exponentially greater than the United States government had admitted in Iraq and Afghanistan. It was definitely in the public's interest to have this information, and Julian provided it to the public. He performed a tremendous public service, not a crime. The problem with the Espionage Act is there is no First Amendment defense in the Espionage Act. It does, by its terms, not matter the reason why you publish. The U.S. for years, the U.S. government has claimed that these publications did great harm. Today in court, the United States government admitted that there is not a single person anywhere that they can produce that was actually harmed by these publications. Hopefully this is the end, not just of the case against Julian Assange, but the end of the case against journalism. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Albanese, the officials who have been working in DFAT on securing Julian's release. I'd also like to thank the Australian people who have made this possible, because without their support, there would not be the political space to be able to achieve Julian's freedom. And that support is across the board. I thank the opposition for also supporting Julian's release. It took all of them. It took millions of people. It took people working behind the scenes, people protesting on the streets for days and weeks and months and years. And we achieved it. Julian wanted me to sincerely thank everyone. He wanted to be here. But you have to understand what he's been through. He needs time. He needs to recuperate. And this is a process. I ask you, please, to give us space, to give us privacy, to find our place, to let our family be a family before he can speak again at a time of his choosing. I think it's important to recognize that Julian's release and the breakthrough in the negotiations came at a time when there had been a breakthrough in the legal case in the UK, in the extradition, where the High Court had allowed permission to appeal. There was a court date set for the 9th and 10th of July, an upcoming court date in which Julian would be able to raise the First Amendment argument at the High Court. And it is in this context that things finally started to move. I think it revealed how uncomfortable the United States government is in fact of having these arguments aired, because this case, the fact is that this case is an attack on journalism, it's an attack on the public's right to know, and it should never have been brought. Julian should never have spent a single day in prison. But today we celebrate, because today Julian is free.
We'll take 10 minutes of questions, just address them to the individual, and I'll tell you when we're out last 3 or so.
I think the first question, Ms. Robinson, is the return of Julian Assange has revived this huge debate about whether his activities were right or wrong. And we've seen political figures in the US and in Australia here say that he's no hero, that his disclosures put lives at risk. Some Democrats don't like the disclosures about Hillary Clinton, for instance. What's your response to this sort of fundamental argument that's been made against Julian Assange, that he put lives at risk, for instance, and that his disclosures were not in the public interest?
Well, to start with, there's no evidence of any actual harm, and that's exactly what the US government acknowledged in court today in Saipan. So there is no evidence that anyone was physically harmed as a result of those publications. The public interest in those publications is clear. Evidence of war crimes. So the US had not disclosed the extent of civilian casualties in Iraq and Afghanistan. The use of torture and other forms of human rights abuse around the world. There is no denying the public interest in WikiLeaks publications, which is reflected in the reasons why WikiLeaks has won the Walkley Award for Most Outstanding Contribution to Journalism, the Sydney Peace Prize. The fact that Julian's been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize every year since those publications. So to suggest that this was not in the public interest, I don't understand the basis from which they could possibly suggest that. And so I think this is clear.
Stella, can we have a question for you? That moment on the tarmac where you embraced Julian, it must have been incredibly surreal. Was that the moment you realised that this was over?
Yes, I was overcome by emotion when I first heard that there were crowds cheering that I didn't even know were there behind a fence because it was dark. And then I heard them cheer more and more and flashes, and then I turned the corner and then I saw that Julian was coming, and we embraced, and I mean, I think you've seen the pictures. I don't want to express in words what is obvious from the image.
Stella, what comes next for Julian Assange? Will this revitalise WikiLeaks? Will he pursue a career in politics? What have you? What's next?
Julian needs time to recover, to get used to freedom. Someone told me yesterday who had been through something similar that freedom comes slowly. And I want Julian to have that space to rediscover freedom slowly and quickly.
Jen, as one of my colleagues mentioned the Podesta files earlier, I think he may not have read them. Could you, now you have the opportunity, just remind us of how that actually reformed the DNC and the corruption within? The Podesta files were really good for the Democratic National Congress, yes?
Look, there's clearly public interest in the DNC materials that was released by WikiLeaks, and in terms of the legality of those publications, there's a US court decision showing that it had the highest possible protection of the First Amendment. So from a principle point of view, people might not like the politics of any particular publication, but that publication is absolutely protected by the First Amendment, as US courts have found.
Jennifer. Jen, are there any post-release conditions for Julian, parole periods? The US have said that he's banned from returning to stepping foot in the US, gag orders, anything like that? And can you and Barry give us a sense of the negotiations with the DOJ, particularly given Julian's strong-held view that he was not guilty of the crime?
I think it's best Barry speaks to the terms of the plea deal.
There are absolutely no restrictions on Julian. The case against him is over. There is no gag order. There are no other restrictions. He is going to be able to go back to whatever life he chooses to build with Stella and his family. The negotiations were a protracted process that went on for several months, sort of in fits and starts. We were not close to any sort of a resolution until a few weeks ago, when the Department of Justice re-engaged, and there have been very intense negotiations over the last few weeks. One thing we were very clear about was that any resolution would have to end this matter, and that Julian would be free, that he was not going to do additional time in prison, he was not going to do time under supervision, he was not going to do time under a gag order. So that was one absolute requirement. Another significant point of negotiation was where the plea would be taken. Julian did not want to come to the United States in any form. Ultimately, obviously, we negotiated Saipan under conditions where he would be released in the UK. He would come to Saipan not as a prisoner of the United States or the United Kingdom, and that we would come in and leave on the same day, which is exactly what happened. Other provisions of the plea that were very significant. The United States agreed that they are not going to bring any other charges against Julian for any conduct, any publications, any news gathering, anything at all that occurred prior to the time of the plea. So even if he had prevailed in the extradition proceeding, that would have just resolved this case. This resolves any possible case that the United States could bring against Julian for any subject matter. So that was obviously very significant to us.
Will you be active?
Thank you. Jen and also Stella, you called yesterday your hopes for a pardon to be granted to Julian. How do you see that playing out? Would you like the Australian government to support that call? What can be possibly done to actually achieve that outcome in your view?
Look, I think today we celebrate Julian's freedom. Today is the day that the plea deal was approved by the judge. I think it's also a day where I hope journalists and editors and publishers everywhere realize the danger of the of this US case against Julian that criminalizes, that has secured a conviction for news gathering and publishing information that was in the public interest, that was true, that the public deserved to know. And that precedent now can and will be used in the future against the rest of the press. So it is in the interest of all of the press to seek for this current state of affairs to change through reform of the Espionage Act, through increased press protections, and yes, eventually, when the time comes, not today, a pardon.
Julian, can I ask how hopeful and how confident are you that your husband will be pardoned? And what do you think has been at the absolute core of the shifting sands here that's enabled his release?
I think freedom of the press is in a very dangerous place. It's not evident that it will move towards more protections, but rather less. There needs to be a conscious and joint effort to push back, and that pushback should have resulted in the dropping of the case against Julian. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. That would have been the only good outcome for the press in general if the US government had abandoned this case entirely. Now you have the press in a as vulnerable position as Julian has been. And that came the day the indictment came down. Let's be clear about that. That didn't come down with this conviction. And frankly, that mobilization should have happened years ago. And that's what enabled the conviction.
Is Mr. Assange?
I think he'll be pardoned if the press unite to push back against this precedent. Because it affects all of you. It affects your future ability to inform the public and to publish without fear.
Is Mr. Assange going to meet the Prime Minister in the coming days?
No comment.
Do we have 3 more questions?
Here, Stella, here. But what I can say from the phone call with the Prime Minister this afternoon when we landed is that he is delighted that Stella and Julian are both now in Australia, and we certainly hope that at some point they'll be able to meet.
Does Julian plan to keep going with WikiLeaks and publish more documents, more journalism?
Look, he just arrived in Australia after being in a high security prison for over 5 years and a, how long? 72-hour flight or something like that. It's premature. Julian has to recover. That's the priority. And the fact is that Julian will always defend human rights, will always defend victims. He's always done that. And that's just part of who he is. He is deeply principled. And he remains deeply principled. And unafraid.
Stella, here in Spanish, please.
Thank you very much, everybody.
We were just observing the press conference in Canberra, where Stella Assange, Julian's wife, was speaking, and Jennifer Robinson, Julian's lawyer, and Barry Pollock, the US counsel for Julian. We are going to bring this live streaming to a closure in a short while, but it was interesting to hear the absolute confirmation from Barry Pollock that in no way, shape, or form does this plea deal constrain Julian. He can do whatever he wants, and that is a really good news, and good news for us and everybody, that he can join in whatever he wants to do now after he has recovered. It is amazing to reflect back on what actually went on in the courtroom in Saipan, what this plea deal was all about. I was able to listen to an audio recording from the courtroom, an interaction between the judge, Ramona, and Julian in the courtroom. And quite interestingly, Julian was asked if he agreed with everything that he had signed in the plea, asked whether he had done it voluntarily. He said yes. But then he added, I believe that the description of what I did is correct. It was a description of course, journalistic practice. And he said, I believe, and I'm paraphrasing, that this case against me is a total violation of the First Amendment principle. And the judge paused because he obviously thought that he was going to retract what he has already signed before. And Barry Pollock, his lawyer, had to intervene and said, no, he is sticking to the plea. And then Julian clarified and said, there is a contradiction between the First Amendment principle and the Espionage Act. That is what I'm saying. I probably could not have won my case in the US on the basis of the Espionage Act, which does not allow public interest defense. So you have two opposing forces there in the legal sense that needs to be resolved. And that is what people in the US need to deal with, Matt. They need to deal with the fact that we have set a precedent, although in legal terms not a very firm one, but there's a shadow now lingering over journalists, not just in the US, but across the entire globe. And also there needs to be this issue resolved when we continue onward, and how journalists are going to deal with that reality. So that's going to be battle on your side, Matt. What do you think?
I think the words of Julian today, or this morning, again, I think we're all struggling with the time zones here, but his words in the court were so powerful and so articulate, explaining, detailing his role as a journalist, what he was doing, what he was charged of, and of course that marvelous explanation, the contradiction that exists between the First Amendment, the right of free speech, and this heinous and nefarious and very dangerous Espionage Act. And I think that's what keeps striking me about this morning, all the conversations I've been having. You just heard it again from Stella, this mix of emotions that we're all experiencing. Like I said to Stella yesterday in a message to her, that, I'm split. Part of me wants to cry, I'm so happy. Another part of me wants to put my fist through the wall because I'm so angry. And so this understanding that, yes, today Julian is back with his family, but as Stella said herself, freedom of press is in a dangerous place. And this is why this doesn't end today. I was spoken about earlier how we don't have to wear our T-shirts. Well, we do. We still have to keep fighting. It's one, we need to get a pardon for Julian Assange. And two, as well, we need to continue raising money to support Julian and his family, in particular to pay back this debt for this airplane. But this fight that we are in, it continues. And Stella said so well, freedom of press is in a dangerous place.
Chloe, that's actually extraordinary how people have been reacting to the fundraising effort to cover this cost, the absurdity that he has to pay for his flight to freedom himself. So people have been very generous, Chloe.
They've been unbelievable, and as we've come to expect from our global support networks, people stand up when it counts. And I think for a lot of people, this probably felt like something active that they can really do to help Julian. So much of the work that people do is actually just in conversations with people, trying to educate them on the smears that have been used against Julian, to try and have conversations in their own families, with their friends, in their networks. And I think actually contributing to the fundraiser is, firstly, just thank you to everybody who has contributed. It's fantastic so far. But I think it felt like, okay, this is something that we can do. And, the speed at which we are receiving funds is phenomenal and fantastic, and will provide, of course, real comfort to Julian and Stella that this particular issue, hopefully the people will stand for Julian and we will resolve this for him. It's one small thing, but what a massive, massive gesture of solidarity sent to Julian at this time. Beautiful.
It's been so impressive to see. We've earlier on in this stream talked about the fact that it is an overwhelmingly positive reaction, and people do seem to understand. And one, for me personally, I think I'm sighing now. Finally, this relief, and I think, well, finally they're getting it. How important this is. All over, other journalists, there is a few stray remarks of snide, but they are drowned out. They are just something you whisk up. The importance is that people recognize what a tremendous victory this is, for not just for Julian, but for all of us.
Well, think about the whole purpose of WikiLeaks, what this case against Julian was about. His exposure of war crimes. So let's think about all the people who Julian named, who gave voice to, who gave witness to, all the millions who suffered under the American empire, killed, bodily and spiritually, mentally ruined. Estimates are at least 40 million people were displaced from their homes by the American empire during its global war on terror. Just think of all the millions upon millions that WikiLeaks and Julian Assange have spoken for and stood up for today. And so today is just as much about them. And what undergirds all of this, right, is this aspect of humanity. When we talk about the issues of free speech. That's a fundamental right of humanity. So we're getting very, very core of who we are. But then to have it all capped off by that moment when Julian and Stella embrace and kiss, if that doesn't cap off the humanity that underlies all of this, I'm not sure a Hollywood screenwriter could have made it any better.
I totally agree with you. I think it's time for us to say goodbye and bring this to a closure. This incredible journey that is now come to a close. Of course, there's going to be a new chapter in the big saga, but that's going to be for a different day. I thank you all for watching and tuning in. Thank you for following us. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Chloe. Let's just end this with showing you some imagery of this incredible journey that started almost 48 hours ago in an airport in London. A journey to freedom, a journey that has liberated many elements, and hopefully will start a new and positive beginning. Thank you all.
Whoa! Welcome back, Julian! Welcome back, Julian! Thank you, Julian! Thank you, Julian! Thank you, Well done, son! Well done! Hip! 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 Yeah, Julian! Well done, mate! Finally, at last! Hey! Good on you, Julian! Well done, son!